Oh man, it's a brand new day. We woke up early. I got some exercise in. I went from you're not gonna believe this. I went from 12.5 pounds or lbs as they're known here in the States on the dumbbell pullovers to a fat 15. You know, that's an increase of 20% if you can believe it. Did you use the bike? Mods, who is that? Sol, could you permanently ban Soli for forever? Are you shaking though? I was shaking at the end of the I was shaking at the end of the pec flies. Yeah, for sure. It's a little harder with the dumbbells, you know. When you're at the end of your set with any kind of dumbbell exercise, I feel like it's difficult to not, you know, wobble a little bit. I mean, you're trying to keep it together. Poor bastard. Nah, I don't think so. I think they deserve it. Did you play Silk Song outside of stream? Yeah, I got 100%. Beat the game at 100%. Now I'm trying to steal Soul 100%. And I'm still really, really tempted to do a no upgrade run. No tools, no needle upgrades, no mask upgrades, and no thread upgrades. And I'm a little worried because apparently the damage of your needle with no upgrades is like 1/5 of what it is with full upgrades. Like I like the full damage on a needle hit is like 26 and base needle damage is like 5 or 6. And if you don't upgrade the Hunter's Crest, which I wouldn't get the bonus of like the extra 35% damage. So it would be like a 20-minute final battle, 25-minute maybe. And if I take like any damage, it's done. That'd be rough. Do you think a randomizer mod would work for this game? Oh, for sure. If somebody put the effort in, absolutely. Yeah. Congratulations on your new job, NSPM. I hope it goes well. It's an adorable sweater. Oh, I really like it. Look, it's I just got it. It's got the star and it's got the former kangaroo pouch, you know? It's got the seams ripped right here like it was removed. Love the sizing. Yeah, and it's super comfy. Super comfy, not even wearing a shirt underneath it. Um it's not fleece, it's not too warm. Steven Universe has sweater. Listen, some of us have to carry truth and love forward into the future, all right? Maybe it can't be you. You're too cynical, Pepper Wizard, but me, I'm a different kind of fella. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, I got a new mic arm too. The future is now. Look, see how it's not there's not like a you don't see the arm right here? It's a horizontal arm. Look at this shit, man. It's all down here. I'm moving it around. It's not poking up. Pretty good. Put it diagonally to your face for the full streamer. Or I don't like that because then the bottom of it's poking out a little bit. It makes it more difficult to like reach under or past it, like over it. You know what I mean? Behind it because it's poking out a little bit. I saw that thing you guys kept mentioning. It popped up in my recommendations. The Gavin Newsom podcast with Atrioc. How do the views stack up next to his conversations with Bannon and Kirk? Oh, there's Jamie Harrison. Wonderful, wonderful. Jordan Klepper is a MAGA rock star. Who the fuck is that? He's Daily Show? Okay. So not actually a MAGA rock star then, I take it. Why Trump is the best anti-liberal politician with Newt Gingrich. Whew. Ezra Klein. Oh, did you guys see Ezra Klein? He spoke to fuck, who did he speak to? Come on, come on. He just did. Tennessee Coates. Yeah. Over Charlie Kirk. And Ezra Klein was like continuing to insist that essentially the Democratic Party capitulate to Charlie Kirk and his agenda.
There are two things that are true about what President Donald Trump
guy
said at Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
He did not.
Why are they talking about Kirk? Because Ezra Klein wants to use literally everything that happens, good or bad, to justify the Democratic Party moving right. If the Democratic Party gets a win, that's a sign that they no longer need to waste time capitulating to the intolerant left, and would their time would be better served trying to appeal to the moderate middle. If something bad happens, the Democratic Party, well, that's just a sign, buddy, that their current strategy of appealing to the left is no longer functional, and they should shift over to the right. Doesn't matter what happens.
God hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie.
One is that it's frightening to see the president. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See, that feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean. I'm Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right? But I am part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger. I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with. And much of what I do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going. I am descended from people who in their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it. They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness.
Ezra was there in both the pre and post Bellum period, arguing that Lincoln went too far. He was there. He was arguing that like post-Civil War integration was a fairy tale, that there was no real way to alter the fundamental state of things. People like this, the moderate white, they've always been around.
And so I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the
best I can do is 2 acres and a dog,
is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make. The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to sound flip here, political violence is the norm for the Black experience in this country. It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence.
I'm not saying anything because I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, because somehow Ezra has to follow this up with like a plea for the Democrats to move right. And I'm wondering how he's going to do it. He's probably going to answer this with a question.
Through us. It is our heritage. Is that good? No. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic. So to me, I look at the last, 8, 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
No, give him a sec.
What I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in, lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right? And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then in 2024, we really got our asses handed to us.
Okay, hold on. First of all, Biden beat Trump by 7 million votes in 2020. It was because of COVID, but it was still a very large margin. MAGA was really, really weak from like late in Trump's first term to early in Biden's term. Really weak, you know? Like that's the thing this analysis always overlooks, which is that while we're talking about Democrat failure and Democrat capitulation, there was a window where MAGA was incredibly weak. And the Democrats, Merrick Garland, chose not to do anything with it, even though he not only should have, but had a legal and moral obligation to. He's accusing Coates of being fatalistic, but Ezra Klein is the one being fatalistic here because he can't actually assign blame to the Dems. Like, yeah, the Dems fumbled the bag, but to him, all of this just has to be like a course of history kind of thing, or like broader strategic failures, stuff like not moving the coalition further. Remember, this is the guy who just said that we should be willing to include more pro-life Democrats, anti-abortion in 2025. In a year where even in states like Kentucky and Kansas, a majority of voters are affirming a woman's right to choose. He's arguing what we need to do is bring on more pro-life Democrats, thereby muddying the waters and shaking what is otherwise a very unambiguous issue. Democrats are pro-choice, Republicans are pro-life. Why does he want to do this? When he's an advocate for popularism, when he's an advocate for doing things that are popular, when that would be objectively unpopular? Because he hates you and he wants you to die. Also, he wants you to subscribe to his Substack. He's just feeling the Overton window shift and moving with it. No, not even. The Overton window is not shifting in favor of being pro-life. He just wants you to buy the Substack subscription. That's it. Again, like a lot of the far-right people are just grifters. Like in the same way that Alex Jones goes to bed every night and thinks of his fans, what idiots. Nick Fuentes does the same thing. Donald Trump does the same thing. Ezra Klein is the exact same person, just much, much less successfully. But he envies them. That's why he has nothing but positive things to say about Charlie Kirk. When Ezra Klein says Charlie Kirk did politics the right way, what he means is Charlie Kirk was an unrepentant grifter and he made millions. And that's what this is about. And he envies him for it.
And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me, it's not enough to say we lost, their backlashes, sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very fundamental rethinking, like a disciplined strategic rethinking.
Jon Stewart also interviewed Ken Martin for the DNC, and it was a similar white moderate right grift shit show. Yeah, really is a shame we lost that DNC election, huh? Fuck Ken Martin, dude.
Of what have we been doing? Why are people preferring this to us? And
why is he bringing the vocal fry like he's saying something profound? Lol. Yeah, isn't it? Honestly, it's like it reminds me a lot of like I don't know, dramatic fanfic reading, or like those bits you get from the small blogs or whatever. It's like there's this performative, this grandiosity being assigned to shit that doesn't mean anything. It's like really boring, actually. The only point he's made so far is like, I don't know, we lost our coalition, we've lost 4 votes. It sounds like he's like repeating something every single pundit has said. I'm talking too much. Let him finish the point.
And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that there is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense I was talking about.
You know, it's a real problem. We've overused the word pretentious. So now it's difficult to apply it appropriately when it's really deserved. That's the problem.
But in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across the show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I'd intended probably. But I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that writing them off, please?
Yeah. Why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing them off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it.
She's kind of right, though. There are 2 problems with this. For one, it was too early to say this. And for 2, she's Hillary Clinton. Like, she's a horrible human being. So she doesn't really have she can't really wait. Like, even Democrats, for the most part, are aware of what she is, you know. She can't really brandish that stick. Yeah, glass houses. But it was also too early to build a campaign off of antipathy towards Trump voters. Right now, it is time. Now is we've had a decade of being subjected to them. We all hate them. Now is the time. Back then, it was a new thing.
And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up.
Came across a YouTube channel that's calling for people to treat MAGA voters with compassion as their cult falls apart. Would you like a link? No. I also think that's like grift shit. Again, it's been a decade of the MAGA movement. This whole like their lost children yearning for companionship waiting to return home. I don't believe this bullshit for a moment. These performative LARPing virtue signalers who want to, you know, tut people for not being as tolerant as them. I don't buy for that. I don't care at all.
He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people, now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
But you think it's true?
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know, I mean, there are things that I would say, you know. I probably would say what I said earlier, you know, in the interview about the force of, and I mean, as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking, you know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States.
I think that this is bullshit from both of them. Again, when are liberals going to wake up to the idea that people like to hate bad people? That like uniting around a common cause against an unambiguous threat, an unambiguous evil is like the thing that gets people out of bed in the morning and to coalesce politically. Like you can't worm your way out of it. Look at how successful it's been for them. And they're making it all up. They're making it up. There is no deep state Democrat, super duper, they control everything, make the world bad. That's all completely fake. The Democrats are incredibly weak, and they're in line with the corporate and MIC state, but so are the Republicans. That's not Democrat specific. The thing they hate the Democrats for is completely made up. It's fake. They manufactured it, and they're still this mobilized.
You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, etc., is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who you know, expect to hold office.
Yeah. So this
is fucking bullshit. Okay, this is complete bullshit.
I agree with, right? I think that there are different jobs in all this, but when I say we began writing people off, I think that something that happened, and I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of like underneath
something.
Was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental moral disagreements, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk.
We couldn't keep the Obama era enlightened centrist grift going in an era when one half of the political equation was unambiguously evil and did not believe in anything good. It must be so difficult for you. It must be so difficult to get people to subscribe to your Substack when the Democratic Party constituency starts waking up to the fact that their opponents are evil.
The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, the sort of culture that had emerged, and it got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when I say, like, in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, like going in, having debates, using them opportunistically.
Jesus.
A lot of people have thrown back at me that, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth.
Then why did you say he was doing politics the right way? You wrote a whole article on this, and you didn't call him an unrepentant grifter. You just congratulated him for epically engaging in debate when all the left, the meanie lefties don't want to do it. Like, what you didn't say that, man.
He was doing politics. He was trying to persuade people. And I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
Would you like to see one of us put up a sign outside of, say, some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion, and then use that content to say such and such smashes, church parishioner here, such and such owns church parishioner?
I would like to see...
I'm actually fine with that personally. Again, I think that if you did that, you would almost immediately be like a target for hate crimes. But if you did a good job like filming it and broadcasting it, I think that you could actually... This is something, again, I've always said Democratic politicians need to do this more often. When people DM you, like if you're, I don't know, Ilhan Omar or whatever, you're on Twitter and people are DMing you death and rape threats, which I'm sure she gets thousands of every day, you should just post them. You should just say, well, these are Republicans. Here are Republicans. People ask me, why don't I listen to the concerns of my Republican constituents? Okay, here are some. Which of these should I listen to? Like the Republicans are so desperate to appear the victims, they manufacture threats against them. Blacks rule on the driveway, or writing anti-ICE on a bullet. But the Democrats get actual, actionable threats every single day. And they don't talk about it because it's considered uncivil. It's considered politics means you get hate. Yeah, politics does mean you get hate. So maybe you should weaponize it a little bit more. The way they do. You get far more than they do.
Would you like
I would
to
like
see
to see
version
people
of
on our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have conversations, and look, I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business. And I don't use, capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do it more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term our here. But we weren't doing that either.
I don't know.
What's this we business, man? I'm sorry. Pardon me for stolen valor now that I'm a little bit out of the game, but there are people on the left who have been pretty fucking out loud and confrontational. Sorry, we're not all sitting behind our Substacks and our fucking podcasts or whatever. These people don't exist. You will never be part of them because any conservative you're up against, you'll immediately capitulate to them. Maybe it's for the best that you're not doing that. Or maybe it's not. Maybe if you just had a direct conversation with Charlie Kirk in 5 minutes, you'd be in the MAGA movement. We wouldn't have to deal with you anymore. I fucking hate this disingenuous piece of shit. Ezra, not Coates. I do at times disagree with Coates' analysis, but he's, the difference between them is monumental. At the very least, he's on the right side.
We weren't. I know, for instance, I have. I don't know if it's on
this shit is incredibly disingenuous too, because Ezra Klein never says this about Democratic leadership. If he was genuinely concerned by Democrats getting increasingly out of touch, Democrats not being sufficiently confrontational, Democrats not doing a good enough job advocating for what they believe in and doing politics the right way, then his Substack would just be like a fiery, nonstop, 24/7, screed of consciousness polemic against Schumer and Jeffries. Like he would be furious with them, especially for a liberal, because he places a higher emphasis on the importance of like proceduralism and the fact that they are like the literal leaders of the Democratic Party. He would be going to town on them, but of course he doesn't. Sure, he and Schumer are good friends. Yeah, he wouldn't get invited back to the House parties.
YouTube anymore. But I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about
You've been using the word polemic a lot. Yeah, it's been in my head. It's a good word. It's good. It's a good word. Yeah, it's been in my head though, for sure.
what it meant to have at that time Confederate memorials up there. And to, talk about, a Confederate, I can't remember, what the motto is exactly, but basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me. And I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
Do you really not
smashes-
recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really? You
No,
think
I'm sorry, say more. No,
You-
I mean, what do you mean?
I think there really
Speak that
was
shit, King.
a move towards the
Coates did go to Gaza and he did write about it. Of course, like the problem, I guess, at the end of the day is like, it's not enough to know that what Israel is doing is bad. It's enough to you also need to know people like Ezra Klein are part of the machine that allows it to happen, I guess, which sort of taints the conversation a little bit, Look, I completely agree with what Coates wrote on Charlie Kirk and largely what he's had to say on Gaza. I mean, certainly I agree with its sentiment, if not its severity, what I've seen of it. But you can't come back home from that and then go like, well, time for me to like engage in civil conversation with Ezra Klein. The guy's a monster. He totally self-serving. I can't get over it, man. I can't get over the Charlie Kirk editorial. I can't get over the appeal to having more pro-life Democrat. Like, what is that if not the most naked virtue signal? Like when you've run out of other arguments to make. I'm not partisan. I'm just a reasonable, pragmatic, politically minded Democrat who's interested in expanding the coalition. Maybe we should include more. We need more pedophiles in the Democratic Party. Yes, we're leaving out core components of the American electorate. Like, what the fuck are you saying, man? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Centrist moment? Yeah, when you like run out of shit to say. Is it at least a little bit encouraging that every actual normie Democrat voter hated that shit? Yeah, remember the comments we saw in the New York Times article? And those are for NYT subscribers too. Like these are the people who pay money to New York Times, and all the top comments in response to Ezra Klein's Unthink piece were tearing him apart. And that does make me feel good. Like, it makes me feel good that the grift is dying. The enlightened centrist bullshit was at its most powerful back in the Obama administration when the Democrats were very aggressively pushing this myth of cooperation between Democrats and Republicans, even as Republicans were openly admitting, like, their job is to obstruct government. Their job is to impede the president and the Democrats in Congress in their efforts to run the country.
Sort of approach Clinton is offering here, I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the
I will
we.
define the we.
So I guess to that extent, like, I think of Ezra Klein kind of as a has-been, really, certainly relative to what he was, but he's also like a has-been in the same way that Schumer is, right? He's like a ghoul. He's a ghost who clings to the future of this country like an anchor, He weighs us down. He and people like him are preventing us from moving forward. And in that sense, they're killing us. We're trying to escape the water. We're drowning, and they're clinging to our ankles.
Right? Because I actually think this is a very hard thing about talking about political parties, because they're diffuse.
Right.
It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show, because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such
backlash. Whoa, I'm sorry, you fucking piece of shit. The backlash was largely from centrist Democrats who didn't like Bernie going on there. The problem with Bernie Sanders going on there in the eyes of his detractors was not that Joe Rogan was transphobic. It was that Joe Rogan was in the right coalition. It was the libs who got mad at him. Every leftist I knew, every leftist I saw was like, yo, Bernie, he got a fucking endorsement. The libs were the ones who attacked that. Piece of shit. Fucking liar. I fucking hate this guy, man.
A big backlash. So when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic.
Right.
To Elizabeth Warren for going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic.
Right.
Right. There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle. Right. I think there was a politics of content moderation that took hold that was more about enforcing boundaries of what, were and were not ideas we should be engaged with than about.
It was the fucking liberals. It was the fucking liberals, dude. It was the fucking liberals. They were the ones who were upset because they knew that Bernie Sanders getting a Joe Rogan endorsement actually did mean, because it was Bernie bro shit. It was like, oh, wow, there goes Bernie Sanders appealing to the Bernie bro demographic. These like weed rat, junkie, loser, misogynistic, white supremacist guys, these college dropouts, that shit.
Out engaging with them again, even if opportunistically. And when I go back to something I was saying to you a minute ago, I am in a process right now of thinking we failed, right? We lost. The loss is having terrible consequences. What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not? And I think there is something in here. Do people feel like, even if they disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us? And my experience going around the country, talking to people, I've been on a lot of, right of center podcasts lately, is that, rightly or wrongly, like what they took and something that really empowered Trump in the last election was a sense that they didn't. And like
I can't unhear James Somerton. Oh my God, that's such a good read. They're both the exact same kind of like pretentious, says nothing, knows nothing grifter. You're so right to that. The cadence, the like performative sighing, the breathy whisper.
Against them. And if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's in the end doing politics badly.
So I think two things. I think about how much you argued that like Biden shouldn't run again. What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? Like there are other big explainers that I can see.
Well, talking about that would implicate the Democrats, because that's not just Joe Biden. That implicates Kamala Harris and everyone else in the administration. Everyone in the White House close to Biden shares that blame. Like a ton of people work together to hide Biden's mental degradation, his inability to speak, and encouraged him as he made a gun for another run.
You know what I mean? They don't feel so diffuse. The other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but, when you say fatalism, like I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going. It's that you don't underestimate what you...
Bernie on Rogan, Warren on Mar, and Chappelle went on Netflix. Chappelle didn't give Netflix. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that because I was trying to redefine like an article that he might have written in 2020 after Bernie Sanders went on Joe Rogan. But the idea that Dave Chappelle went on Netflix to discuss politics... He did a show. He did a Netflix show. That's not discursive. That's not doing it was politics, but it's not politics in the way he was talking about. That's not going on a show to discuss your disagreements. He was being given money to do a show. What does that have to do with anything? He did a shitty stand-up special. He did like two halves of a special. The one half where he doesn't talk about trans people that was kind of funny, and the other half that was fucking weird and boring, where he like made up stories about a dead friend to justify a bunch of weird like culture war grievances.
Well, up against, it's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these.
Well, he didn't make the friend up, but the stories. I mean, the way he talked about it was fucking weird.
About how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time.
Kind of makes sense. Ezra would conflate performance with discourse. You're right, considering he apparently considers the Charlie Kirk bullshit to be discourse. Yeah, Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe the two are exactly the same to him. Maybe he's like a fucking psychopath and he genuinely doesn't understand the difference between doing politics parentheses doing a show and doing politics parentheses having a genuine conversation.
Racially resentful. I call it racist, but racist that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog Bo.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a small amount of
Are
power.
these guys considered intelligent? Coates is good. Ezra Klein, if he's intelligent, it's only like in the field of self-promotion. I mean, he's intelligently self-promoted. Look up Ezra Klein and then search within the past month. Dude's everywhere. Like, despite the fact that he represents like a legacy attitude towards politics and that is increasingly at odds with like reality. He's with New York Times, op-eds, Vox, the New Yorker. He's still out there with the big podcast appearances. He's still doing stuff, man.
Like that's not a small force. And so, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like I would watch those clips of him saying those things, man. And I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very
Are we getting to my point?
strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel that you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness, you know what I mean, to keep going.
Are they going to ignore how unlikable and unpopular Kamala Harris was before the race? Yeah, Kamala Harris was at the most popular right after she became the nominee. The DNC was the high point. But everything after that was downhill in popularity because then she revealed she had no plan for the future, no charisma, no energizing vision, no directive, and would not depart from Biden in any way except he would have a Republican, or she would have a Republican in her cabinet. Yes, the Liz Cheney tour. They dusted off Bill Clinton, Liz Cheney. I'm sure if Kissinger was around, they would have gotten him to run around as well. Oh, it was great.
In today's super competitive
Fuck off.
You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say, I see you, but also this dude was wrong. And I'm all for unifying. I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think the thing we go to there, right? Not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity.
Another thing that Ezra Klein and other people like him fail to acknowledge is that people's minds can be changed. But and what I'm about to say is not conjecture. This is scientific fact. You don't change a person's mind by directly confronting them. You change their mind either by making an appeal to them and shifting them slowly over time as a close personal friend or confidant, or in a larger sense, by shaming them. Most social behaviors, most positions are suppressed by shame and fear. Negative emotions overwhelm the positive, and there's no longer a social incentive for having those negative feelings, right? The reason these people like the MAGA movement is because they like being hateful and they like feeling like the bully. It doesn't make their lives better. Being a part of the MAGA movement does not materially improve their situation. It doesn't bring more food onto the table. It doesn't lower the cost of their car repair bill. It worsens their lives in many ways. They lose contact with friends and family, but they're energized by the cult and by hatred. You simply have to make the outward pressure greater than the desire on their end to continue being that thing. They need to be shamed out of it. So if you constantly capitulate and build bridges and reach out to these people, you're doing the exact opposite. You should cut off your friends and family if they're hateful pieces of shit. Fuck them. They don't deserve you. They have no right to you. If they want to live their life, if they want to dedicate their lives to building like a throne of misery for others, you can just cut them off. They don't have to be happy. You don't owe them that. Fuck these people. They're destroying my country. It's my fucking country. I was born here. It's everyone's country, whether or not they were born here or whether or not they live here. Every Chinese is an American. But they're destroying the fucking country. It's where I keep my shit.
Because I've gotten a lot of that in email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
I'm not against talking to them about it. I'll talk to you very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess...
Just make them feel bad. This is literally like how racist attitudes were suppressed. Okay, after listen, okay, basically, like, most white people were racist as shit back in 1960, and then most of those people who went on to survive to 1980, 1990 were at the very least acting a lot less racist. How did society get so much less racist? It wasn't just young people being not racist. Older people also toned down their attitudes or changed their minds. Why? Because society became increasingly intolerant. That's why in cities being racist is often like a massive faux pas. Like, you can lose your job, you can lose your friends, your family can cut you out. Like, if you're like a bigoted piece of shit in like an urban progressive environment, you can lose like a lot, which you deserve. Whereas if you live out in the sticks of Louisiana, it's the opposite. You can get socially maligned for not being racist enough. Shame and intolerance are tools God gave us, biologically inset tools, guilt, shame, intolerance, that we were given to discriminate against antisocial behavior. In the same way that you should feel that way towards people who are incredibly rude to wait staff, you know, you ostracize them because they're demonstrating that they're unfit to participate in society. They don't believe in the social contract. We must do the same for people who want to destroy the planet, like MAGA voters. You have to do that. You can't pussyfoot around it. You can't oh well, they're just looking for a voice to reach out. No, they're not, dude. They just like being hateful. They're not being earnest. They're all gleefully dishonest.
The place where I'm not even 100% sure if we disagree, if you just like sort of see your role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled trans people terribly.
Yes.
So who's to blame for this? Is it, I agree. Is it Biden? Is it Kamala? Is it you for like spending your entire life espousing a losing narrative for politics? I don't like this weed bullshit.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Politics is for power. And so I think that the question I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like a great kumbaya.
Like, again, notice how all of his language always obfuscates blame. The we, oh, it's all of our fault. Really? Was the left responsible for Biden and Kamala? Is that true? Is that true? I don't know. I don't think we had a lot of say on that one, buddy.
Moment. But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, you know, we were talking about every single survey you can offer on like trans rights has gone in the wrong direction in the past couple of years.
He's not saying
but we've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger. So
No. You haven't lost that. I fucking hate this language. You haven't lost that argument, okay? The validity of trans women or women does not increase or decrease with public approval. It is not true in one country and then not true in the next country. If you're in the Netherlands, it is not true, and then if you go over to Saudi Arabia, it becomes untrue. Things that are true are true. That's it. We didn't lose the argument. What we did was that those positions became less popular because Democrats completely ceded ground on them. Every Democrat was a fucking woke lord back during the Trump administration. Then Biden took over and all of a sudden they clammed up. These issues were they were hot potatoes, you know? You gave Republicans room to be discursive about them because you didn't fucking go after them after Jan 6.
Take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel seen in my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to push towards is I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do, because we have come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like, that's not, so when you ask me about that Hillary Clinton, that's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't say it like that, but and I'm not saying.
I don't even think that, by the way. Like, right. I don't even focus on people that, look, I am at war.
I have no idea how you can be Coates and come back from Gaza and not feel nothing but hate in your heart. That shit's crazy. Like, so many Americans have been radicalized just by seeing that shit in their feed. He went there and he came back and he's like, well, I don't really like hate a bunch of people. That's insane. You've got like a heart of iron. You're very strong.
With certain ideologies and ideas, and I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology. That's what I want.
Huh?
But I don't want the people, you know what I mean, out. Like when you start talking about who people are and their bones, like that.
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Well, you would have to say something for that to be true. Man, I fucking hate this. I'm like #1 hater over here.
place where I felt a lot of pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right? Was, you know, the first piece I can just sort of like, I accept that there's a disagreement on like what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like you feel like I was whitewashing the guy, and I felt like I was sort of.
Do.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which
He objectively was. It's not up for debate. He 100% was. He was lying to defend Charlie Kirk.
I think you saw, was more about this question of what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement, right? One with a right that has, where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the MAGA coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it, and the kind of things he believed and the way he did his politics.
Yeah, he was a Nazi.
And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people? We're like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community?
You think it would get tiring repeating this shit like over and over and over again for a decade? Aren't we bored of it now? What do we do about these people? We fucking beat them. What do you want? We beat them politically. We overwhelmed them. We make them feel horrible for being horrible. They are bad and they should feel bad. It's not that difficult.
Together. What do you think about that question?
About how to live together.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth.
We don't live together. We're not going to live together. They're going to kill us. They're trying. The president said he authorizes the military to use full force in a deployment to the city of Portland. He said that just the other day. He signed a national security presidential directive, including things like extremist gender ideology, parentheses, believing in trans people, as sign of domestic terroristic activity worthy of being investigated by anti-terror FBI investigative teams. There is no living with this. It's fascism. It's a fire. It will burn all of us out. These are not like positions we have to tolerate living next to. They just have to be beaten.
You know what I mean? I think it's like it's a foregone, like we are. I really.
You're right. They'll still have centrist moments while we're all in the camps. Well, MAGA's pretty permissive of turncoats. I have a feeling Ezra Klein would take like $50K a year and a job as a camp guard if it meant staying out of one.
Believe that, there's no real choice about this. I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. They're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, as far as I'm concerned, is a contest of ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can to make...
That's true, but I don't even think the majority of MAGA voters support those policies. Okay, and they voted for the guy and support the guy who does. Their stupidity isn't really my fault or my problem. I don't know what to... Yeah, they don't consciously support it, but like... I don't know. This seems kind of like on them a little bit.
Them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics, and that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that.
I reckon at least half of Trump voters are winnable low-info median voters, not Kirkites. You don't understand. The median Trump voter is a Kirkite because what we're describing here is like a low IQ hodgepodge of emotionally charged messaging disguised as like a political movement. It's not, it doesn't matter. The most ardent fascists are often the people who know the least about it. Like their level of knowledge on the topic is irrelevant, and they're not going to be won over because what they care about is the emotions, not the policies. They don't really care about like the technical necessity of a bunch of different fascist policies. What they care about is the feeling that it gives them, the feeling that they're part of this movement. So you have to break that feeling. You have to break that movement. But you're not going to argue with them on policy. Have you seen any on-the-street interviews with Trump voters? None of them have any idea what's going on. Like, they live in a different type of world. Yeah, you can show them like directly factual information. Hey, Trump lies about everything, not in like an ambiguous, you know, oh, if you look at it or you listen to the experts, but like just flatly lies about the numbers and the sources that he cites. He just makes shit up all the time. And if you get down to it, all of them will be like, yeah, well, I think he shouldn't have done that, but they're still going to vote for him for his third term.
You know, and I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, you know, that I probably find myself in sympathy with, are attempting to affect that, you know, in the real world. And so, and again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just you know, thinking about the moment we're in. When I hear or see people who are honored, and
there are winnable people that exist. Buddy, we're 10 years into the MAGA movement. We have to move on. We have to wake up and smell the roses and move on, okay? This shit is not getting... These people are not susceptible to reason. Come on. What, haven't you ever heard you can't reason a person out of a position they didn't reason themselves into? They like MAGA because it makes them feel powerful. So they have to be made to not feel powerful. That's it. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure. And then I see their content. And I see that they're...
How do you account for Trump Mamdani voters then? Because Mamdani gives them that feeling of being powerful. This is exactly what I'm talking about. There are a lot of people who, okay, I'll tell you this much. Nobody is a Trump Mamdani voter because they like the policies of Trump, but also the policies of Mamdani. 0%. Zero of them. They like the feeling and the feeling. They might lie about the policies because admitting it's about feelings would make them seem stupid, but they are stupid. To be a Trump Mamdani voter is to be stupid. Low IQ, easily manipulable, like clay in the head, you know. They just like the feeling. They like populism. They like the feeling that they're included. They like the mobilizing narrative. They don't really care what happens to the country. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. This isn't about moving them over, like reasoning with them. That's futile. It's about moving them over by giving them a stronger con to mobilize around, and by disincentivizing the con they were with previously, you know, making it more socially intolerable.
Content is actively destructive to humanity. I have to draw a line there. Like, I think, like, for me, like, the bigger question is, where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate about whether we should have affirmative action, you know, in colleges? I'm here for it. You want to have a debate?
What does it mean to be on the other side of the line?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
What is it? So once somebody's on the other side of the line,
right? What
does that mean for you?
For instance, once you think it's okay.
No. Well, yeah,
no, I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is,
right?
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it? Right? Not somebody who just died.
Right.
But somebody still living.
Right. If you think it...
Political enemy. Political enemy. We've had this concept in our heads for all of human history. Political enemy. They are an enemy. They want to make the country, the world, a worse place. They're an enemy. Their beliefs, their positions have to be fought against. You have to get more power than them, faster than them.
It is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
I think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance,
this is Coates' weakness, and this is where he needs to make that final step over. You have to be able to say, if you say there's a line, you have to then say what's on the other side of that line. For me, it's easy. Political enemy, right? I don't dog whistle. I'm not being ambiguous about it. Like, sometimes there are people who share the same country as you, who hold beliefs that are legal, but contribute to the destruction of the country, of themselves, of everything. And they are political enemies. We've had them plenty of times in American history. It's not new, right? Like, would we be struggling with this if they were more of a minority? The MAGA voters are so populist. What if we were talking about people who wanted to bring slavery back? Would we say we want to reach out to them too? No, we'd probably feel comfortable saying like, nah, fuck those guys. They can rot in obscurity. I don't give a shit. All I care about is beating them. Okay, so just do it again. It's just a harder fight this time. There aren't that many people who want to bring back slavery right now. There are a lot of people who, let's be real, if slavery did come back to this country, they would at the very least be open to arguments in favor of it. But, you know, they want fascism nonetheless.
Take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that.
Sevenstein made a point this entire time. I feel like he just keeps prompting questions of Coates.
I think most people know that. So as I'm thinking my way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw. You know, I think not calling people out of their name, I think that's actually a basic value that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute, because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand.
Don't want to like answer it or engage with it. Just want to, you know, fill up time. Got to have another fucking T-Mobile ad. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Yep. Sorry, in the middle of the next segment, not even at a segment break. Do we get a third one? Do we get one at the end? No, it's just two. It's just two. Sorry, guys. I don't know enough of that shit. I can only tolerate so much of this nonsense. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I did a workout right before stream. I'm a little tense, you know, but like in a good way. It feels good, you know. It's a minor step to some, you know. Oh, you exercise before work? For me, for a live streamer, you know, every day I get out of bed is a miracle. You have any idea how lazy my people are? It's because, of course, we work the hardest jobs in the world. All right. Here, let me mark that down. We need to do something a little bit more topical. How's the chest? The chest, ever since I got that pop, been doing really good. Been doing really good. Ever since I got that pop. Trump is struggling in his press conference with Netanyahu. I'll get to that in just a second. Okay, let me see. Oh, did you guys see this one? Benny Hill shit. These fat fucks couldn't catch up to him, even though he was bringing a bicycle with him. Jesus Christ. What was his crime? He said fuck Trump, right? The video starts after that happened, but he said fuck Trump. These are fucking brown shirts, man. It's insane. They charged him for exercising his First Amendment rights. It's a fuck ton of federal police. They chased him for yelling fuck Trump. We literally like don't have a democracy right now. I've been saying for like a year now that they're going to put like federal police outside a bunch of polling stations, or sorry, voting booths and such. Like it's what we're gunning up for, you know? The only time to be fat phobic is right now. I think you can be conditionally fat phobic. I think that fat people can look really pretty, and that I mean anyone can, I guess. Like obviously, if the fat person doesn't have their fit on right, then that sucks. If they've got their fit on right, you know, you can be really pretty and you're like a human. You're worthy of being treated well. However, it is funny when you have to run really fast, and I think that we can all agree on that. And I don't think that's a cowardly both sides kind of answer. I think that's like just a truth we have to acknowledge, you know? Like the same is true for very well endowed women where they're bouncing, you know? It's just comedic. It's nothing to do with like moral value or anything. It's like watching a tall guy try to fit into a tiny little, you know, Kia. Would he have been arrested or immediately released? I don't know. Let me peer into my fucking crystal ball. Let me look into an alternate timeline. Let me open my fucking sweater room door to 99 alternate universes where I can walk through and peer into one in which he was a little bit slower and got caught. What the fuck are you asking me? That would help, please do. Pulling a Doctor Strange. Observed fucking 900,000 different universes. The only one where MAGA doesn't cancel the 2028 election is the one where Ezra Klein is the Democratic nominee. Fuck! Ooh! Get me out of here. Republican Arizona lawmaker makes post calling for execution of Democratic Congresswoman. Congresswoman singular or like all Democratic Congresswomen? Just curious. Oh, Jayapal. Yeah, that makes sense. John Gillette on X called for people like Pramila Jayapal to be hanged in response to a video on the H2 protest. Yeah, he looks like the kind. He looks like the kind. Well, that's cool. I'm sure he'll be robustly punished for this. Remember how the Dems need to calm down with the violent rhetoric? Yep. I do, as a matter of fact. And I still think it's true because I'm a gigantic pussy. And I think that only they should get to be violent. Clip drawn from a YouTube video in March by U.S. Representative Pramila Jayapal. In March? Is he just like digging up old shit? That is an unflattering frame.
That are on this call, we might call this getting strike ready. I think of it as getting us strike ready or street ready. And part of that is understanding our own strength. And as we develop that strength, being able to assess our risk tolerance, because we know that risk tolerance increases as the severity of the situation increases and as our own understanding.
Them some real purdy $5 words. I don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, that's great. So he saw that and he was like, today I will call for the death of a U.S. Congresswoman. Gotcha. Until people like this that advocate for the overthrow of the American government are tried, convicted, and hanged, it will continue, he posted. Nothing in either the clip or the longer video actually suggests Jayapal is advocating for the overthrow of the U.S. government. I look forward to him facing absolutely no... Listen, okay, the federal police are on this now, especially after the directive. All right? We're in the fucking end zone at the moment. If this was a Democratic politician, his ass would be in Gitmo right now. Okay? We are living in a very unequal environment. The Nazis had the judges. The judges were favorable to the Nazi regime even before they took power. The Nazi party, okay? This administration has the federal police. They do not have the judges, but they do have the federal police. He's defended Jan 6 protesters. It's almost as though there's some kind of positive correlation between being pro-January 6th and being destabilizing to the American political environment in general. If only for 4 years we had a lead prosecutor in this country who might have had both a legal and moral ability to go after these people, thus indicating to all how bad it is. That shit's going down in the history books, man. Merrick Garland, Jesus Christ, in an act of capitulation. What's the term? Something. Forgetting it's the thing that happened before Hitler invaded Poland. It's Chamberlain. Come on. Appeasement. Thank you. Appeasement. Hegseth accidentally flipped a skateboard into his nuts on live TV. Huh?
Okay. You know, it's a good thing. Okay. You know, it's a good thing.
This is old. I think it's old. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is old. Didn't something get like flipped over the back grate there? Still good. That was the axe throwing. The axe throwing was the one that went like way awry. Okay, no more wasting time. Can't distract me with these funny videos, okay? I'm too serious of a person to get distracted by something like that. Okay, really bad news. Country's over, etc., etc. I kind of mean it this time. Maybe. Trump has signed a new national security presidential memorandum. This is going to be mostly me just relaying information from the Ken Klippenstein article, which, you know, I don't think I can really editorialize it more and better than he has. It's quite bad. So a national security directive is not an executive order. It's basically like a sweeping set of instructions for all federal law enforcement agencies, you know, anything Homeland Security, FBI. It's an incredibly like wide scope, you know. This is like so it's an executive order? No, it's different. For one, executive orders can't be classified. These can. In fact, I believe if we take a look at... where's the... Here we go. This is the 7th of Trump's in this administration. The 6th one is classified. Numbers 1 through 5 are public. Number 7 was just released and is public. Number 6 is classified. So you can make with that of you will. Stephen Miller, who is, of course, the administration's Homeland Security advisor, says, "This is the first time in American history there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism." And it's really, 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 really bad. Basically, the gist of it is that, the Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities who the NSPM-7 say can be identified by any of the following indicia or indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, support for overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Obviously, these designations are so broad that they encompass, to some extent or another, everybody who is not like a hardline 100% perfect MAGA loyalist. This gives them broad permission to target any individuals who meet these categorizations and engage in a wide variety of extrajudicial behaviors, we'll say, from illegally, well, not illegally in this case, surveilling, wiretapping, looking at their private records, phone calls, internet search history, and so on. They can, it means that additional scrutiny can be placed on them, so they can start like hovering over you, looking for evidence of any crime. You know, hope you've never pirated anything. Jaywalked. Palantir stocks going up. Oh yeah, 100%. And now it's worth noting, by the way, that none of these things are laws. The executive branch cannot create laws. Only Congress can create laws. So at the end of the day, no matter what, if any charges are brought against you, that has to be done through the traditional judicial process. The problem, of course, is that since this is a broader national security presidential memorandum, we're talking about an invocation of powers that often supersedes the judicial system. For example, permission being given for U.S. citizens to be detained indefinitely without charge. So, you know. Aren't terrorism charges pretty broad? No, as a matter of fact, it's not even a real thing. It depends like state by state or federally, but terrorism itself, like being a part of a terrorist group or supporting terrorist groups, these in themselves, depending on the specifics, aren't necessarily laws. So it's really just a matter of how much the federal branch wants to fuck with you directly without invoking, you know, the judicial system. But given the fact that they have historically held people in detention indefinitely without charge, you know, your results may vary. It's all pretty subjective. They could just start blackbagging leftist public figures. Yeah, essentially. I mean, if they really wanted to, they could have done that before. Obviously, there have already been a bunch of like permissions given to federal police to engage in these investigations, and even if they weren't given legal permission, they could always illegally do it, like they have been, you know, for decades. It's not great though. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracies before they result in violent political acts, the directive states. A pre-crime endeavor, preventing attacks before they happen, is core to the post-9/11 conception of counterterrorism itself. No longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorists to justice, the Bush administration adopted preemption. Overseas, that led to aerial assassination by drones and special operation kill missions. Domestically, it led to a counterterrorism campaign whose hallmark was excessive and illegal government surveillance and the use of undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. So, and I'm saying this very sincerely, you guys, very, very sincerely, because we all are, at least for the Americans in chat, patriots who love our country and want it to be better. If you didn't want your country to be better, I don't know why the fuck you watch my content. But now is ever more the time to call people feds. If somebody pops into your Discord channel and they're like, hey, you know, anyone else super duper interested in bomb making? Buddy, you got to be calling people feds. More so than ever before. Now is the time, because there's a decent chance they are. More so than before. Do not fall for that shit, okay? Do not allow yourself to get entrapped by some fat pig 80 IQ Homeland Security dipshit, you know, operating out of Virginia, looking to fill a quota. Can we say in Minecraft or no? I don't think they're going to be fooled by the in Minecraft thing. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, I'm pretty sure they put out a missive explicitly informing federal agents about the in Minecraft thing. I don't know if they've caught on to in Roblox. Now, with Donald Trump's directive retooling the counter-terror apparatus to go after Americans at home, that means monitoring political activity or speech as an investigative method to discover radicalism. Contrary to other national security documents all during the post-Watergate era, NSPM-7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment or the fundamental right of Americans to organize and protest. Yeah, that shit's done. The focus on speech is evident throughout the NSPM-7. The directive says that political violence is the result of, quote, organized campaigns that often begin with the left, dehumanizing targets in anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. To give a sense of how broad this formulation is, Trump's earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group was accompanied by a White House fact sheet singling out people who celebrated Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December. As I wrote at the time, this describes a lot of Americans. Trump's new national security memorandum also alludes to Mangione, but adds to it even larger categories of potential targets. NSPM-7 is fundamentally a law enforcement directive, and it dispenses with the complications of using the active duty military or National Guard in pursuit of political violence. It directs the Department of Justice to focus the FBI's approximately 200 joint terrorism task forces to the new mission. The FBI network of task forces comprises over 4,000 members, including FBI personnel and task force officers from more than 500 state and local agencies and 50 federal agencies, including special agents, police officers, intel analysts, and surveillance technicians. First established in New York City in 1980 to systematize FBI and NYPD cooperation, today there are task forces around the country, including at least one in each of the FBI's 55 field offices. For the Trump White House, the beauty of using an already existing network is that it bypasses congressional oversight and scrutiny and even obscures federal activity to governors and legislators at the state level. States, cities, and local police have already signed memoranda of agreements with the feds to fight terrorism, and officers are already assigned as task force officers. NSPM-7 says the JTTF shall investigate potential federal crimes relating to, quote, acts of recruiting or radicalizing persons for the purpose of political violence, terrorism, or conspiracy against rights, and the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. It authorizes the JTTFs to investigate individuals, organizations, and funders, quote, responsible for, sponsor, or otherwise aid and abet the principal actors engaging in criminal conduct. Like and subscribe is now a banned term. The Attorney General shall issue specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorist attacks such as organized doxing campaigns, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass, assault, destruction of property, threats of violence, and civil disorder, the NSPM-7 says. And then we have more editorializing here, but I trust Ken. I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but the plain truth is that the NSPM-7 is a declaration of war on anyone who does not support the Trump administration and its agenda. Yes, it repeats the word violent over and over to purport only going after citizens who are moved to take up arms, but it also directs monitoring and intel coordination and collection to map and target the new evildoers, to borrow a Bush label he took from the Bible just days after 9/11. The partisan focus could not be more obvious. The real problem is this, quote, since Charlie Kirk was murdered, a friend of mine, assassinated, nothing's changed on their side, said White House counterterrorism czar Sebastian Gorka to Newsmax after NSPM-7 was signed. Not one leader, not one left-wing thought leader, member of Congress, senator, no one has said we distance ourselves from the violent rhetoric. The left refuses to rid themselves of the justification for violence, Gorka continued, and as such, President Trump is taking measures to protect us from the violent rhetoric that becomes snipers and bullets. Just blatant lies? Yep. So it's not great. And obviously, I mean, this goes without saying, but these rules, these directions, these guidelines are so broad that they can be used as a justification to engage in basically any act of federal harassment or surveillance against any person deemed a threat to the administration. It's not good. Could they use this to arrest Mamdani? I mean, hypothetically, they can arrest anyone for any reason. You know, you don't even have to have a charge to arrest somebody. They can make up whatever they want. I don't think they would go after Mamdani necessarily, though. I think there'd be a little bit too much juice for that squeeze. Are you worried about getting arrested? Well, considering like the incredibly wide range and disingenuous application of these criteria, I fear, you know, pardon me for being skeptical here, that they might be more interested in targeting enemies of the administration than they are in actually combating violence. And so to that effect, yes. But we're all in it together. We love capitalism and saying the N-word here, officer. That's right. Did you see Fetterman blaming the left for political violence? I don't understand why. Yeah, okay, yes, Fetterman is a Republican. I don't understand why it keeps getting brought up to me. Mossad has a video of him fucking a toddler. Allegedly. I'm told. There are rumors. Can this really be enforced effectively, though? Well, it depends on what you mean by enforcement. The Nazis, you know, legally, the Nazis, the rules they put forward, the Soviets did the same thing, were incredibly vague, right? The restrictions, limitation, the stuff you could get in trouble for, really broad, really sweeping. The point of doing this was that way that gave the administration the permission that they wanted to go after anyone they deemed inconvenient, you know? They didn't have to make like a specific legal case for every political opponent. They could just apply the rules in a discriminatory fashion. So are they going to arrest every single person who celebrated Luigi Mangione's alleged killing of Brian Thompson? No, that would be like 100 million people or something. That would be too many people for them to get. But they could use it to go after a couple of people, certainly. To what extent will the courts combat this? The courts can't do anything about it. It has nothing to do with the courts. Here's an example of what enforcement might look like. They did it to Muslims in our lifetime. Yes, they did this to Muslims after 9/11. The FBI was given counterterrorism directives in the exact same way, by the way. They were also given presidential national security presidential memorandums with the goal of entrapping and filling quotas on, preventing future Islamic terror. So we had a lot of honeypotting after that. FBI honeypot ensnares Michigan man. After falling in love with an FBI informant, a 21-year-old Michigan man was accused by federal prosecutors of supporting the Islamic State. Yeah. Khalil Abu Rayyan was a lonely young man in Detroit, eager to find a wife. Who amongst us? Jana Bride claimed she was a 19-year-old Sunni Muslim whose husband was killed in an airstrike in Syria. The two struck up a romantic connection through online communications. Now Rayyan, a 21-year-old Michigan man, is accused by federal prosecutors of supporting the Islamic State. Documents released Tuesday show, however, Rayyan was motivated not by religious radicalism, but by the desire to impress Bride, who said she wanted to be a martyr. Jana Bride was an FBI informant hired to communicate with Rayyan, who first came to the FBI's attention when he retweeted a video from the Islamic State of people being thrown from buildings. He wrote later on Twitter, "Thanks, brother, that made my day." Rayyan, who had previously been arrested for having marijuana, is now charged with unlawful possession of a firearm and making a false statement to acquire a firearm. So this is the playbook. They use entrapment and increased surveillance first they identify you. Who amongst us, who out there has tweeted something glib about the administration? Who's liked and retweeted a post that says, "I can't wait for it to happen," and it has 250,000 likes, and the post doesn't specify what they're referring to, but everyone knows what they're referring to. Exactly, right. They find people, and through honeypotting or increased surveillance or whatever else, it can be a number of things. It's pretty easy these days to reach people through social media. You're not exactly forming like letter correspondences. You're not mailing back and forth. They can join your fucking Discord server. They can be playing Lethal Company with you. And their goal is to either get you to commit or plan to commit a crime, or to get you to admit to having already committed crimes. Now, I know a lot of you are, and I'm just going to lay this on a little thick because it's true and you deserve to hear it, lonely do-nothings who would do anything to impress a baddie who showed up in your DMs. So you're all very susceptible to this technique. Again, who amongst us, right? But there are a million efforts they can make at this. And I want to remind you guys that for the most part, the clown behavior that we've seen from the administration has been from the Department of Homeland Security and the army of fat retards that they have raised to chase bicyclists throughout the street. But the online entrapment and investigation and everything that they would do to try to frame you for being a terrorist would be conducted by the FBI. And they are not, at least not all of them, fat retards. A lot of them probably work out. A lot of them are probably pretty smart. You got to be careful. You understand what I'm saying? I'm making a very direct plea here. I'm not doing this for content. I'm not doing this, it is literally for content. I'm being sincere right now, okay? We are living in a different administration, okay? This country is under siege. I have a friend of a friend who's told me something that I find kind of funny. And they grew up in Italy. It's not the friend of a friend, a friend of a friend's dad. So the dad of the friend of the friend. I'm hearing this very indirectly. Maybe it's not even true, but I want to relay it because it's important, okay? And they're all the people in this chain are left-leaning, right? The dad grew up through the years of lead in Italy. I don't know exactly how old he is. I think he would have been born some like the 50s or something. But he grew up in a very tumultuous period in Italy. And to this day, He is extremely careful about what he says, even though his positions are really, really obvious, you know? He acts a little bit like a YouTuber who has an obvious political bias but doesn't want to lose the apolitical audience, so they don't say anything. But if you're even a little bit politically aware, you know exactly where they stand. Like, this guy, allegedly, like, on the phone, he won't say anything. Like, he'll call the American nephew, you know, and be like, how are things going over there? Don't tell me about Trump. Don't tell me about Trump. I don't want to know, you know? The implication being like, don't say anything dissenting over the phone. And I find that a little bit charming, and I'm very sorry to say, I think that we are actually in that era. I'm not exaggerating. I mean that. You should start to exercise the same level of care and discretion that communists in America did throughout the 1940s and 50s. You should express the same degree of care that the people on the left would have had to express in Italy or in Greece, today in Turkey or in Russia. You know, it's more severe over there, but we're on the downhill slope right now. Who knows how bad it gets? Does this mean no left posting? No, it means be careful. Listen, it is not against the law to go out there and say, you know, can't wait for Trump to die. That's not against the law. No matter what these loser fucks, these anti-American pieces of shit say, that is not against the law. That is freedom of speech. And the executive branch cannot change the law. Are we sure? Yes. Listen to what I'm saying. That is freedom of speech. They cannot change that. They could arrest you and you would go to court and you would win if you were charged for having said that. That's exactly why, as we read in this article, this person retweeting and agreeing with a message from the Islamic State was not sufficient to charge him. It's not against the law to retweet terrorists. It's not against the law to agree with terrorists. It would be against the law to plan to commit acts of terrorism. But he was not charged with terrorism. He was charged with unlawful possession of a firearm. They got him on other things. He got Caponed? Not quite. Capone was actually committing crimes. They got him on tax evasion because that's what they could do. In this case, he was not committing the crime they wanted to charge him with. They wanted to go after him for stuff relating to terrorism. They couldn't. They were not able to. Look, just... if everyone self-censors, is this how it ends? No, don't be stupid. I'm not talking about self-censoring and, like, not being left, okay? If you give up the fight on that, then you might as well deport yourself to Russia, okay? You might as well just live in shit forever, okay? What I'm saying is, be careful. The overzealousness of the executive branch does not immediately translate into an actual revocation of our constitutional rights. What it means is that they're doing everything they can to get around them. That's the point of doing this. Surveillance and honeypotting in order to get people charged with crimes because they haven't already committed any. The crime isn't the free speech. They know they won't hold up in court, and they can't go and arrest black bag every leftist in the country and send them all to Gitmo. There's not enough Gitmos. And it would be bad PR. This feels more like a toothless memo. No, it's not. Oh, you don't understand. It's not toothless. It's very, very dangerous. And I'm outlining for you exactly what this means. You have to listen. Don't downplay. I'm listening, or you need to listen. I'm explaining what this means. It's very, very, very serious. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. If you're online, you're unable to understand what Vosh means when he says be careful, but I'm sorry, you're a lost cause. Well, you guys need to demonstrate for once in your life a tiny fraction of the care and self-preservation instincts that your ideological ancestors would have had to engage in the 1960s, 1950s, and 1930s, okay? Like, in all around the world, in Russia, Hungary, Turkey, even to this day, in places like Italy, you know, people have to engage in a little more precaution, a little more precaution, a little more they need to be a little bit more aware. Doesn't mean there aren't leftists in Hungary. There are. Is this the end of LARPing? It might be a little bit. It just seems like they don't have the juice. It reeks of desperation. You're just incorrect. This is exactly what even like an extremely successful fascist regime would do. This is not a juiceless move. This is basically like the absolute limit of what they can do with the federal police. This is basically like the farthest. I actually don't think there's anything much more they can do that isn't just like breaking the law in increasingly overt ways. In terms of like their legal limits, this is essentially a presidential memorandum, a declaration to all federal law enforcement that the game's open on any kind of surveillance, any kind of entrapment, any kind of investigation for anyone who is an enemy of the administration. Anyone who is a political opponent of Trump. I don't know. It's pretty bad. Okay, true, we're all cooked. No, I didn't. You people are going to piss me the fuck off. I did not say you're all cooked. Scrub your online presence. I didn't say that either, though you might have, some of you might want to. Quit being dense, okay? You people oscillate between two extremes. Vosh, there have literally been cases where the Indian government under Modi have used bulldozers to tear down the homes of critics and dissenters and minorities. It's so surreal seeing so many people not understand what being careful means. Sorry, buddy, we got used to freedom over here in the US of A. Sorry, we invented freedom and we've grown accustomed to it. My apologies. They'll get used to it. Like, I don't know, you guys, like, before talking about this, we literally just saw, sorry, not this one. We literally just saw, like, 30 federal police chasing after a guy for saying, fuck Trump. Like, this is the country we're in right now. You need to act like it. You need to learn. I know it's funny, but it's also 30 federal police getting ready to beat the shit out of a guy for saying, fuck Trump. Which is, you know, free speech. Maybe go into details when what you mean when you say be more careful. I've been plenty specific. If you're really that dense, then be fodder in the jail, so there's less room for me. Okay. So if you can't figure it out, you go there and 50 of you per cell. You fill it up. So when they come for me for saying like you know, oops, they did an oopsie when someone takes another crack at Trump or whatever, they don't have room for my fat ass, and I get to like sit in a county cell or something. Okay. Yeah, are you a fucking Fed? Can you give me more specific examples of what exactly would be illegal to say? Incitement to violence, threats and incitement to violence. Or anything. They got that Muslim IS guy on gun charges, man. Don't be stupid and don't piss me off. I'm gonna fucking... Oh, sorry, I can't make threats anymore. Wait, you can legally make any threat against leftists. I'm learning this. I'm gonna come down on you guys. If any of the Fed posting shit too, okay? Like, we're living in a new era right now. I'm being serious. You think it's a joke. I'm being serious, okay? All of us are on the hook. If you're not American, maybe you're not, though the quality of the world at large is going to decline. But it's not, you know, it does not escape my notice that on the list of like public enemies of the administration, high profile, very left-leaning YouTubers and live streamers are not like the top, but they're not far from the top. Like, they're reasonably close to the top. So don't make this difficult for me, all right? I would love some coffee. Stormia? Thank you. Do you have a plan to flee the US? Why do people keep asking me this? I feel like you're feds. You will know when I do anything, okay? Well, because it'll have already happened. That's when you'll find out. Why would I give you that? But I get asked this like every stream. Like, well, listen, if I ever have even an inkling of an interest in leaving this country, you will find out because the background will have changed. That'll be your tell. My recommendations for you guys notwithstanding. Posh has been streaming from an undisclosed Pyongyang location for over a year. That is true. I didn't even move when you guys saw the background change. I actually perfectly recreated the previous background in Pyongyang and then on a whim changed all of it behind me. It's because your viewers are also anxious about being persecuted for existing, which has nothing to do with my considerations, unless you're also a popular YouTuber. Again, the National Security Directive does not create new laws. It only provides greater incentive and motivation and permission to federal police to investigate, to try to catch you violating existing laws. Which they were probably already doing. To an extent, yes. To an extent, yes. That is true. And I do think that one small saving grace, that is a lot of text. I do think that one small saving grace is that I do not think that many of the more competent and seasoned FBI officials are as aligned with the Trump administration as they might want them to be. There's a reason why the DHS is right now operating as the de facto like federal arm of like the brown shirt state. Hold on. Then why are you being so hyperbolic about it? One moment you say we're all fucked, the next you're like, nah, bro, it's fine. Genuinely, I think that you have emotional or cognitive issues that make it difficult for you to hold multiple truths in your head at once. I think you're having difficulty, like, I think that it's a coping mechanism. You live in America, and you're very upset about what's happening, but you want to be given a very strong, like, emotion to cling on to. But the complexity of, like, this is bad, but in a very complicated way, that's too much for you. So instead, you want, like, a yes or no. This is a very MAGA mindset of looking at the world. And I feel bad for you, and I want you to change. I'm also annoyed with you, and I'm going to ban you for 30 days for annoying me, which is my right. Legally, you don't have the right to not be banned. The federal police can't come after me for that. I just want to make sure any FBI agents watching this right now are aware of the fact that that's not in violation of any statute, state, or federal laws. I'm not, yeah, it's totally above board. That being said, what was I saying? The FBI is not as militantly right-wing as it was back in the 1960s. In the 1960s, under COINTELPRO, the FBI was effectively a partisan anti-communist organization. They let a lot of shit slide that wasn't communism, and they went after communists like a motherfucker. Hoover was a lunatic. Now, the FBI today is probably filled largely with like center-right to right-leaning types. I'm not saying they're like a left-leaning organization, but they're not the DHS. I would say that, like, on average, the political alignment of the FBI is somewhere in the ballpark of like Liz Cheney, and the political alignment of the DHS is somewhere around Stephen Miller. That'd be my guess. That's just a ballpark, you know? So I think that we have to keep that in mind moving forward. Hopefully the FBI, who are by far the most sort of competent administrators of this directive, hoping that they're somewhat less motivated to, you know, participate in what would be the active destruction of free speech in this country. Okay, I think that I've given a pretty nuanced analysis here. You know, I don't think I've left that much on the table. That's the most, yeah. I'm sure they weren't ingratiated by having their top brass purged. Yeah. Didn't they purge a bunch of the competent ones? They purged the directors. They couldn't purge every, like, competent non-MAGA FBI agent, because that would be almost all of them, I think. And they would be, like, keep in mind, okay, they fired a bunch of the top brass and tried to fire everyone who worked on the J6 investigation, but after internal pressure backed off it. So a bunch of the people working at the FBI, to begin with, are longtime professionals who aren't fond of the MAGA movement, and then when MAGA took power again, immediately they tried to fire them for literally just doing their job, investigating J6, and then backed off from internal pressure. So I don't think the FBI is ideologically MAGA in the way that the DHS is. So that's just a guess. Maybe that's also cope. A lot of Mormons in the FBI. I thought that was the CIA. I thought the CIA was the... Well, maybe it's both of them. They're everywhere? They kind of are. Relevant, less text. Lilith Transwich 2, I find it absolutely delightful that you were immediately muted for your still extremely wordy second follow-up message. I apologize. We really should. I just need to get White to bring down the number, like the character count, because it's just leading. You guys are you're being honeypotted, you know? I'm an FBI agent, and the crime is posting enough that my eyes glaze over, you know? Relevant, less text. Parents lived through the Greek junta. Dad saw the fall to fascism. Mom grew up in it from first grade, had fascist education, 5 years younger. The first is one who'd resist at all costs. The second surrenders in advance, repeats phrases about privacy, and is paranoid about hiding. Even then, that caused generational trauma that's caused harm in my life. The thing that I don't want people to do is to become overly paranoid, okay? Like, it is always possible people get extra legally disappeared, but to the vast majority of people, what can be done against you has to fall within the purview of the legal system. That means judges, that means juries, okay? And the administration is not going to go out there and arrest like the 100 million people that are, you know, just anti-Trump broadly, all right? They're not going to do that. If you comply in advance, you're giving them exactly what they want. They would love that. They would love it if in 2026 and 2028, you guys were too scared to show up to the voting booths. They would love it if you didn't show up to protests. No matter what, okay, you need to be careful. Don't give them anything to charge you with. Avoid charges. But the First Amendment still reigns. The Constitution is still the law of the land. And they cannot take that away. They might be able to occasionally supersede it, but at the moment at least, whenever these battles go to the courts, the Constitution wins, unless it's the Supreme Court and they erode more of our rights. But when we're talking local courts or state courts or federal courts, consistently, the Trump administration does not do well. Okay. Pasto Pelo, that's probably like the fourth time you've said that? Third time. I hear you. Okay, there's a lot going on right now. Your case will not be going to the Supreme Court. Yes, chat. If you are arrested off of some like bullshit chart, like you go to a protest, guys, shut the fuck up. I don't, not today. Come on. Jesus fuck. Are you done with your Fall of the Empire segment? Oh, okay. Well, good luck not getting arrested. Anyway, here's the third time I'm posting about that. A lot of you aren't Americans, so you're not feeling the gravitas as I am, okay? Could they forcefully have people committed to mental institutions? No, that has to be done by a court. Also, America used to be much worse for freedom of speech than the 14th Amendment. Oh God, if you guys ever want to read up on how much worse it used to be, look at the lack of free speech protections after World War I began. People were getting arrested, their businesses torn apart, like all up and down the place. After World War I began. It was insane. Yeah, for speaking German. They were passing anti-German laws. Yeah. Like you couldn't speak German. Why? To support our allies over in World War I. One second. Let me send this over to me editors. National Security Presidential. What's a good title for that? It's just so difficult to convey the seriousness of the subject. It's so difficult to convey it. How do you you know what? I'm just gonna say this changes everything. M dash, you need to be careful. Most descriptive Vosh title. Well, the thumbnail will have the info. Okay. Let me piss super quick. We've got a million things to talk about. I think the title would be too vague that way. No. Yeah, but you people click on vague titles more because you're low IQ and I hate you. Nothing gets me more mad than taking a look at the like A/B testing for titles and thumbnails, and it's like, oh wow, Trump crashes out. That's the shit that gets 300,000 views in 48 hours. Okay, all right. Here, let me piss super quick. I'll be right back. We can do more. Oh yeah, we can do more titles now. Tempest, up to you. You're hearing me, right? Tempest, yeah, up to you. Whatever. Yeah, that's my pitch. That's my pitch. Oh, hold on. Ooh, isn't this so cute? Did I show you guys this? Look, it's got. See that? It's got the fading difference, like a kangaroo pocket's been taken off it. Like that was a way people would make sweatshirts. They would get hoodies and then tear off the kangaroo pocket, and they've got the seam rip stitches right here. I think it's super cute. Bosch is only one pants now. Yeah, I sized down out of a few of the more comfy shorts that I typically wear. I had a few drawstring shorts, like some light gray or heathered gray athletic shorts, some training shorts, and also some linen shorts that are more beige. And I got too skinny for them. Heathered? Heather means when you take two colors or types of fabrics and weave them together into, or yarn and weave them into one fabric. As a Russian, some of you guys not understand what Vosh was talking about. Your previous segment was very disappointing. Yeah, listen, it's an experience thing, okay? When you grow up in a country like Russia, you get advice from everyone around you, your family, your friends, whatever, telling you, you know, be careful. In America, we've never been given that advice because for the most part, we have had extremely robust protections, you know, freedom of speech. If you're white, you haven't? Well, the talk that parents often have with their black children usually has more to do with discrimination and police treatment, not so much like political messaging and the regime. It's like a different kind of talk. But I agree. Yeah. It's a similar kind of concern for sure. Older people here that lived under Pinochet are pretty much the same. Yeah, exactly. You know? Man, crazy though. Ugh. My Yugoslav mother just gave me this talk last week, Lamau. We're all gonna learn. We're all gonna learn. Muslims get it more in the US, I think. Yeah, well, the Muslims had an active persecution, a threat against them. This was happening to them after 9/11. Okay, hold on. There's like so much shit to get to, man. It's so fucking bad. I wanted to play some Hades 2 today, but I think we're going to have to do that later, tomorrow. To those of you who only tune in for the politics, just wanted to say we've been doing more game streams, like at the end. We've been doing more games at the end of the politics, and it's been really fun. The viewership's been getting better. I think it's because I think it's because we're integrating it a little. I'm maybe getting a little more, maybe a little better at talking to chat while I'm streaming video games. But you know, we'll do that later. That's not right now. That's later, not right now. I didn't take Vosh for a shorts guy. I'll just say this, okay? Hold on 1 second. This is one of those like inspirational menswear photos that gets recirculated on fashion blogs over and over again. It's Harrison Ford back in the 80s wearing a long sleeve sweater with some short shorts and loafers. And well, wait, those aren't loafers. Those derbies? Derbies, I guess, with like the laces undone. Whatever. Boat shoes. They're boat shoes. Thank you, like moccasins. Anyway, I think he looks great here. It's really difficult to find shorts that fit like this these days. Really difficult. People are really insecure about their legs, I guess, more so than they were back in the 70s and 80s. But, yeah. I don't like this, TBH. It looks cheap. I'm just a big old... I'm just a big old fan of that like contrast. Too much leg? Jesus. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. It's also a promotional image I saw once. I'm trying to find, I think it was in a dye workwear thread. This is only going to last 30 seconds. Just give me a second. Okay. This fit right here. Look at that. Loafers and the shorts with like an athletic t-shirt. That looks really good. These are Jay Butler loafers. I really want one. Unfortunately, they're kind of... I'd have to order them online and blah, blah, blah. But IMO, that looks real fucking good. Cool old guy at the cafe energy. Exactly. You get it. 100%. There's another image that I'm really fond of a guy wearing a paint-stained hoodie with shorts, but unfortunately I can't find it. I think I bookmarked it at some point, but I have no idea. It's the lighting more than the fit. I disagree, in my personal opinion, but that's fine. That's fine. We don't need to worry about that kind of stuff right now. What we need to worry about is the fact that the country is falling apart, in my opinion. That's the important, I say like buying time as I try to find that picture that I was thinking. We don't need to worry about this stuff. We need to worry about the country. Don't worry, everyone. Just look down at the floor for a second while I try to... Wow, I can't really find this. That's unfortunate. Only 30 seconds? Yeah, listen, okay? I'm under a lot of pressure right now. The country's dying. I just want to live. What if I look up shorts and hoodie? Fuck. Damn it. Well. Papa nada. Says the rich streamer lol. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, here, I found it. I found it. There, now we're done. Doesn't that look good? I think that's good. I think the paint flecks really add to it, but that looks good. It's just some fatigue shorts, and you'd wear this with, like, loafers or, like, sandals or something. I think that looks really good, in my opinion. Oh, anyway. Dark skin is such a fashion buff. Though you'd still be dripless if you weren't pale as sin, my friend. I'm not letting you get away with that one. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I'm not letting that work as an excuse for me. I'm not going to let it work for you. When I look in the mirror and I think, I'm not pulling off this fit, I'm not like, if only I was tan. If I wanted to be tan, I could go out there. Well, I'd probably just burn. I'd probably just burn. Okay, hold on. Trump shut down trans healthcare. What the fuck is happening right now? What's the framing? What are we doing? What's happening? As the shutdown deadline nears, Trump reverses his reversal on Democratic meeting. That's good. That's great. With the deadline just a day away, the odds of another government shutdown are very high. Yep, it's pretty much guaranteed to happen at this point. So everyone get ready for that, I suppose. Let's go! Congressional Democrats are insisting on measures to keep healthcare costs from soaring. Republicans refuse to budge. Democratic leaders, eager to reach a bipartisan compromise, recently asked for a face-to-face meeting with Donald Trump in the hopes of negotiating a deal with a president who likes to pretend he's a world-class dealmaker. It's MSNBC. Forgive the editorialization. As we all, Sir God Emperor Trump, we know you're the best dealmaker there is. Don't arrest me! A week ago, Trump agreed to the meeting. One day later, he changed his mind. Yay. Okay, so, the government shut down records 35 days. Do you think we can beat it? Here we go. Okay, here's, let's see. It was the last update from the White House. Democrats threaten a shutdown over radical left insanity. This is from September 22. Isn't a shutdown very good for us? Well, it's good for us in the sense that I would like it if the machine for suffering broke for a while rather than it continuing to be used by Adolf Hitler. But it's not great. You know, it's not great. Pink News has a good one. Okay, Pink News shutdown. A contemporary article, right? Here we go. Trump threatens to shut down U.S. government unless Democrats agree to ban all trans health care. Well, we can't not have a government. Sorry, trans people. I've just watched a lot of Ezra Klein. In the interest of bipartisanship, I have no choice but to hand you over. The bill has kept Congress at a standstill over the past few days after Democrats refused to provide the necessary votes for it to go through. Unless agreement is reached by 12:01 a.m. Eastern on Wednesday, the 1st of October, sections of the government will be unable to function. Donald Trump initially refused to meet with Democrats to avoid the shutdown, accusing minority leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer of making unserious and ridiculous demands. In a post on Truth Social earlier this month, the president demanded the Democrats support provisions in an appropriations bill that would ban federal funding for any hospital or medical facility that provided gender-affirming care. This would effectively end gender-affirming care. No federal funding to any hospital that even provided it. You'd have to get it from, like, back alley doctors. You could get your FFS by somebody chiseling at your jawbone with, like, a rusty mallet, you know? Including hormone replacement therapy to patient of any age. You couldn't even get your estrogen or whatever. Update your passports. Well, trans people can't do that, right? Wasn't that a whole thing right after the administration took over? Like trans people, if their identity is incongruent with their birth sex, then there's an issue with getting a passport. I don't know what the details are at this exact moment. I don't know what the exact... Yeah, I don't know what the details are. A court injunction blocked that? Well, they always lose in the courts, don't they? Did that get cucked? Okay, I might have forgotten. I might have forgotten. Okay, that's cucked. Forget it. I love Pink News. One person on Reddit whose post has gone viral. Thank you. No. I appreciate it, Pink News. Thank you. If I wanted to go on Reddit, I would go on Reddit. One guy. One fucking guy. Okay? I would not go on Reddit. Personally, you would not go on Reddit? That's very brave of you. Okay. Oh, man. I can't believe we're going through another shutdown. I can't believe we're going through a shutdown when the Republicans are in power and they have majorities in the House and the Senate. I can't believe that even with that kind of, with those margins, they're not able to. All right, where is it? Where is it?
Can I ask you, we're a few days away.
By the way, here we go with this guy. Go ahead, let's go. Let's hear the
We're a few
question.
days away from the end of the fiscal year and a potential shutdown.
Right.
Is there going to be a government shutdown?
Could be, because the Democrats are crazed. They don't know what they're doing. They want to have the border opened up so that criminals can pour in. We're doing unbelievable borders closed and people are coming into our country legally. They continue to want to have men and women sports. They continue to want to have transgender for everyone. They want to raise everybody's taxes at a number that's not sustainable. It's the only time in the world I've ever seen a party that wants to raise taxes. I grew up in a family where I'd watch politics, and I always liked it from the time I was very young, but I'd always see politicians say, we will lower your taxes. These guys, they campaign on raising your taxes, but they want to raise taxes very substantially.
The one thing they're concerned about, look, Republicans have total control of Washington. You guys have control of the House, the Senate, there's you.
Well, when you say control, so we need 60 votes for this, and we have 53 Republicans, so we need 7 Democrats.
And those 7 Democrats and others are asking for an extension of a tax credit on people who get the Affordable Care Act and some other government-backed health care. So are you willing to negotiate on that
what they're
issue?
really asking for is they want to pay for illegal aliens that have come into our country by the millions.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting it, man. I don't think we're getting it. I think we're getting the shutdown.
And get onto the rolls, and they want to pay. And our people don't want to do that. Our people are taxed enough. We just approved the largest tax decrease ever in the history of our country, including the extension of the previous Trump tax cuts.
Unless you're poor. Also, of course, as an addendum to that, the deficit is skyrocketing, and the country is going to have to default sometime soon.
The tax cuts that we just approved, they want to use those tax cuts to give the money to illegal aliens, people that came into our country illegally and that are leaving the country.
So why not
There's been a self-deportation because of what we've been doing that's been incredible. Okay, yeah, please.
No? No audio after that? No? That's fine.
Just 2 days away from the next government shutdown deadline. Everyone in this part of the country really understands the anxiety and dread that come along with this kind of situation.
Well, a meeting today could be the last chance for Republicans and Democrats to find some common ground. President Trump will meet with top congressional leaders at the White House. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries are expected to attend.
I think this is outdated. This is from 8 hours ago, and it's already outdated. I think he backed off on this again.
The House already passed a bill to fund the government for a few more weeks, but Senate Democrats say they can't support the bill because it cuts health care funding and allows certain subsidies to expire.
We'll see on Monday. Are they serious about negotiating with us in a real way?
Totally up to the Democrats. The ball is in their court.
For more on what this means for you and your family, we go to News 4's Megan McGrath. She is live on Capitol Hill with a look at what you need to prepare for. Megan.
Well, good morning. 11:59 Tuesday night. That is the deadline. So time is running out if a shut.
Nobody's even talking about trans healthcare. Yeah, if you want another reason to despise the Democrats, the fact that the Democrats have backed off supporting trans people entirely means they can't even put their feet in the ground and make a big issue about the fact that Trump is making preventing the shutdown conditional to essentially ending all trans healthcare. You know, like the Democrats aren't even talking about it. It's not even a talking point to them. Wrong one.
Shutdown is going to be avoided. Of course, here in the DMV, we have thousands of federal workers. So if there is indeed a shutdown, it is going to have an enormous impact. So a lot riding on a meeting that's happening later on today. Now, if the government shuts down, non-essential federal workers will be furloughed. They will not return to work or be paid until the shutdown ends. In years past, workers have been retroactively paid for lost wages. Now, this time around, however, things may be different. A memo obtained by NBC News from the Office of Management and Budget instructs agencies to look into mass firings of federal workers should there be a shutdown. So we're talking about firings in some cases, not furloughs.
How could they be doing firings when they're rehiring people in a lot of these fields or in a lot of these departments? Like where would they fire?
To avoid a shutdown, there needs to be a bipartisan support for a spending bill, but negotiations between Democrats and Republicans really are not going well. One of the big sticking points is health care costs, the Affordable Care Act. Now, 8 Senate Democrats would have to break ranks and vote along with the Republicans on a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. Again, there is a meeting happening later on today between the president and top congressional leaders. There have been meetings, similar meetings scheduled last week that were canceled. But again, another one is on the books for today. A lot riding on it. We'll have to see how it goes. Back to you.
Megan, if there is a government shutdown, can you tell us what is going to stay open?
And also which workers would be furloughed?
Yeah, some things are going to stay open, some things are going to close. Kind of the rule of thumb, take a look at some of the specifics here. Non-essential federal workers, those are the folks that are going to be furloughed. Essential workers will report to work, however, wages will be deferred. Many federal offices are going to be closed because there aren't going to be people inside those offices to staff them. Now, museums, the National Zoo, closed. So
Schumer looking to cuck out as of an hour ago from Axios. I mean, he's been looking to cuck out his entire life. It would depend on the specifics. Can you link that? Enable links again. Enable links again. Thank you. Float shutdown fix. Floating. Oh my god. With Axios? Schumer's plan B anticipates a government shutdown. He and Senate Democrats are also starting to think out how to get out of one. A 7-to-day spending bill would require unanimous consent in the Senate, which would put pressure on John Thune and Republicans to abandon their plan for a 7-week bill. Oh my God, our fucking government is so useless. We haven't had a useful Congress in such a long time. It's like 2010. I don't think this is going to happen. We'll see.
There are just 3 days left to get anything done as the country barrels toward a government shutdown. The White House is threatening mass layoffs of federal workers if Democrats don't pass a Republican-supported continuing resolution to fund the government into November. Republicans and President Trump are trying to blame Democrats, despite controlling both houses of Congress and the White House. And this committee. So cares deeply about the government being funded. Thank you, Congresswoman, for coming on. You know, I want to or is this just a tactic from the White House?
Well, it's so revealing of their motive. After all, when Vote says instead of furlough, we're all talking about if this goes into a shutdown, what do we do with my coworkers? Are they furloughed? Can they come in? Will they be paid? Those kinds of things. This administration cares nothing about a government shutdown, and through that statement reveals the ambition to shut it down. They want to fire more people. This is just going to be another round of...
Buddy, they're hiring people back. And also, they can already fire people whenever they want. They already have the ability to fire people willy-nilly. You're really arguing they're advocating for this government shutdown as an excuse to fire more? I don't believe that. I think the Democrats are also just terrified of a government shutdown because the Democrats, you know, again, fastidious middle managers, you know, technocratic enforcers.
DOGE 2.0. They love that they have canned more than 200,000 federal employees.
They're hiring some back. Also, DOGE 2.0.
These are not political people. These are people who were doing their work, who many of them spent decades in whatever agency they were in, and were such a part of the backbone of American strength and security. In the meantime, as you point out, the president canceled his meeting with Democratic leaders, is out golfing, and the Republicans in the House, under the leadership of Mr. Johnson, Speaker Johnson, are nowhere to be seen. Democrats will be in Washington on Monday.
Congressman, I want to ask you about a Washington Post article by my fabulous former colleague Liz Goodwin, where Senator Chris Van Hollen complains about Democrats not taking enough risks. The senator
We like Van Hollen here, people.
That his party has been too slow to the fight, too cautious, too timid. He's ignored some pollsters who urge Democrats to focus relentlessly on politically safe kitchen table issues like inflation, while sidestepping trickier ones like illegal immigration. When you think of that in the context of this shutdown, in addition to issues like illegal immigration, do you think Minority Leader Schumer is the person to lead Democrats through a contentious fight like the one you're all entering right now?
Well, let me tell you first, I am a fan of Senator Van Hollen and so many of the things that he fights for, including the fight for boldness out of Democrats. But I can reflect from the House. We have been so unified and with a strong voice behind our leadership, or next to our leadership, calling out through our voice and our votes, the just atrocious, illegal, corrupt, corrosive measures of this administration. And I want to remind people, they have the trifecta. They have the president. They have the House. They have the Senate.
You can really hear all of that fire and passion and advocacy here in the tone of her voice. You know, she's really coming across like an aggressive, fiery advocate in a tumultuous time.
It is up to them to govern. And so, again, if there's a shutdown, it's on them. In terms of being bolder or Mr. Schumer is the leader right now. So you bet he's the one to hold this together alongside.
Jesus Christ. Oh, my God, man. I saw this great clip of him recently. Here's our fiery, bold leader in these difficult times.
Originally, they fired 80,000 from the Veterans Administration. Now it's 30,000. That's still bad, but it shows you the heat is on them when they do this, and the American people won't like it at all.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hakeem Jeffries and say, no, we will not be complicit with a continuing budget that does not reflect our values. Take a look at what they have illegally withheld. More than $410 billion illegally.
Sorry, one more.
So we hope and expect that Republicans will do the right thing. And if they don't, we're going to make clear to the American people why they are playing games as it relates to the swearing in of Rep-elect Grijalva.
Oh, yeah, Grijalva, the new Dem rep from Arizona, right? It's Arizona, not New Mexico. Mike Johnson is delaying swearing her in so that they don't get one extra vote that would tip over the House into forcing a vote on the release of the Epstein records. The House Majority Leader is delaying the signing in of an elected representative so that she can't join in the vote. How can he delay that? McConnell did it all the time. I mean, this is just classic playbook stuff. Why can't Jeffries say that? Because he's Jeffries. How long can he do that for? I don't know, probably forever.
Withheld $7 billion in after-school programs and programs that we know interrupt violence in communities. The rescissions of billions of dollars of foreign aid. These are all terrible mistakes. And so with my voice and my vote, I won't be complicit.
Mistakes. Again, even here, like the language, the implication that killing millions and millions of black and brown foreigners by denying them pennies on the dollar is a mistake. Like, as in, they don't know what they're doing. It's not that it's not a mistake. They're just evil. Can you imagine a person describing the Holocaust as like Hitler making a mistake? Like, it's just, like, what do you mean by that? Is the implication that it was an accident? It's bad. I don't think it was, like, from his perspective, I don't think he was making it was an accident.
I want people to have their health care, not to be shed from the rolls of health care.
Congresswoman, I want to read to you a comment that Republican Congressman Steve Womack gave to Politico this week, talking about the OMB director Russ Vogt. Congressman Womack said he's also an appropriator, and he said that if you're a Democrat, your predisposition might be to help negotiate with Republicans on a funding mechanism. But why would you do that if you know that whatever you negotiate is going to be subject to the knife pulled out by Russ Vogt, which you were just referring to when you were talking about money that was being clawed back? I mean, are Democrats prepared to say to voters, no matter how long this shutdown lasts, that this isn't, business as usual, and that we have no negotiating partners anymore?
Well, I serve on the Appropriations Committee with Mr. Womack, so I appreciate his comments. Having just been through the appropriations markups, we are supposed to have the Article 1 power of the purse. I have my pocket constitution here.
I'm sorry, I can't fucking stand these fucking people, man. Hate these fucking people. What are these links?
Time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought.
Great, wonderful. Okay, Netanyahu showed up after. Oh, did you guys? Sorry, I'm a little all over the place today because the country is dying. Did you guys see that Israel and Netanyahu personally hosted some American content creators to try to fucking pay them off to be more pro-Israel? When you're losing the propaganda game, but you have lots of money. You guys didn't see that? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu briefing with U.S. content creators. You didn't see this?
Yesterday, I got the honor of meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu as part of a special focus group for Christian conservative Gen Zers, and we were essentially addressing the concerns that we had, right? There's clearly been a growing divide. He wanted to know why. He wanted to know what Israel could be doing better. He wanted to understand where we were coming from, and to his credit, he did listen to us extremely attentively and took in a lot of what we were saying. And from our end, while of course we were polite and we were there also trying to form more unity, we were asking him the hard questions that a lot of people from our generation have been raising concerns about. For example, and the same way he listened to us and took in our criticisms, I'm truly hoping that you guys will listen to the answer. AIPAC.
She's talking about a prime minister of a country committing a genocide. I don't know. It's a little bit funny, I suppose. She changed her channel handle from That Zionist Girl to That Opinion. This is That Zionist Girl? That's her? That's crazy. Is this from that bit?
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right, and you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're loonies. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done.
I appreciate him just like explicitly saying it's a PR project and not trying to make a direct appeal to people's positions. He's doing this openly. It's fucking crazy what we let Israel get away with, man. Just openly meeting with American content creators to be like, listen, it would be in everyone's best interest if you supported us, you know? He's genuinely bad at his job. I mean, a little bit of secrecy would be polite, at least.
With money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community. They're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well, okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, you know, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is followers. TikTok. TikTok. Number one.
It was super cool of the Biden administration to like legally orchestrate all of the precursors that have led now to the American version of TikTok definitely getting bought out by, what is it, Oracle? Like some more deep state, far right Zionist pieces of shit. So they can like selectively moderate, make it illegal and delist you in the algorithm. If you're pro-Palestinian. Super, super cool. No. Anyway, what were we talking about? We're ending the war in Gaza? That's great. Trump announces agreement with Israel to end war in Gaza. I'm sure. So what is it this time? I've heard this like 50 times before. What is it this time? You see Kushner bought EA with the Saudis? I did see that, yeah. Goodbye, EA. Full peace plan? From Rapid Response 47. Gaza will be a de-radicalized, terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people in Gaza who have suffered more than enough. If both sides agree to this proposal, the war will immediately end. But agree to what? This means literally nothing. This means literally nothing. These are not actual provisions. Jesus Christ, words. This means nothing. See if I can find anything, like a video summary. Something that means less nothing.
But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming.
Tony Blair wants to be a colonial governor. Great.
Back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too.
This means literally nothing. This is absolutely nothing. This is just yet another fucking PR trip from Netanyahu in a desperate effort to continue to hold Trump's attention. That's it. That's why this is being, rather than being like pitched back and forth as like a deal that's getting negotiated, they're just upfront saying this. Like normally if you have some kind of deal you want to negotiate, this gets bounced back and forth for a while. You try to reach some kind of point. You don't make the press conference until after you think there's some chance of it actually being accepted. What are you going to try to do? Publicly pressure Hamas? Like they're susceptible to that sort of thing? No. This is just another PR stunt. It means absolutely nothing. If they cleanse Gaza, they cleanse Gaza. This has nothing to do with this. This is just words. It's yap. It's yap, yap, yap. They're just gonna inevitably blame Hamas when this falls through. Yeah, well, they've done that like 50 times already. It's fucking boring. Just trying to keep Trump's attention. You see this shit? Cornell University is canceling a distinguished professor's classes on Gaza because of the complaints of a student who previously served in Israel's military surveillance agency and was literally recording the comments of other students in class and deliberately derailing discussion. Fucking Israel, man. Early last semester, Druby said, students began approaching Chaffetz with complaints that a graduate student in the Gaza Indigeneity Resistance class appeared to be recording them, possibly to, quote, gather their names and comments and intimidate them. We believe that a student came to the course for the sole purpose of surveilling and potentially harming students in the class, Druby said. That ended up proving itself to be true because the multiple students came forward and shared their concerns with Professor Chaffetz. Chaffetz said one Palestinian student quit the class after telling him she felt upset and frightened. According to Chaffetz, the graduate student often steered convos away from the assigned readings, which at that point mostly focused on definitions of genocide and international law on indigenous rights, to defend Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza and argue with others in class. He had clearly not done the readings, Chaffetz said. It was disruptive. Chaffetz said he met with the graduate student late January and spoke to him about concerns from his classmates. During the conversation, he asked the graduate student to drop the course, and by the next class, he did, Chaffetz said. The graduate student, Oren Renard, a PhD candidate in computer science whose identity was confirmed by other students in the class, previously served in Israel's elite military surveillance agency, Unit 8200, according to his LinkedIn profile, and Cornell canceled this class afterwards. They have infinite power, man. It's fucking crazy. I can't, like, my country of 330 million has bent the knee and deferred entirely to, like, an externalized, nationalized military-industrial complex that has taken the form of Rhodesia, but somehow worse. It's insane. Northwestern rejected 300 students that refused to take, quote, anti-Semitism training. Wonderful. Banning over 300 students for refusing to watch an extremist indoctrination video that demonizes anti-Zionists, including Jews, as Nazis and Klansmen. Cool, cool, cool. What's anti-Semitism training? It means that Northwestern has ties to Israel, and Israel is putting pressure on them to show unhinged Zionist screeds to students as a prerequisite for joining the university. Everyone must bow. And nobody's doing anything about this. Who do you think would do something about it? The federal government? Who exactly? At one point, the narrator compares critics of Israel to former Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard David Duke. Neat Josh Shapiro moment. Yeah. Clarence Thomas says precedent might not determine cases on upcoming Supreme Court docket. That's fucking ominous. Court is expected to weigh in next session on same-sex marriage. Well, whose money will he take this time? I don't know if it's that, man. He's just like genuinely evil. Oh yeah, also, can somebody explain to me why exactly Tony Blair is meant to be the colonial governor of Gaza? How did he worm his way into this? Fucking hate Tony. Like, how did he even get in this position? Apparently, he just really cares. Because he asked? A plan for a post-war Gaza governing authority, potentially headed by Tony Blair, would sideline key Palestinian political figures while giving significant authority to its chair on most key issues, according to a leaked confidential proposal. Well, back to being British land, I suppose. George W. Bush would be almost better. Oh, 100%, because George W. Bush is now haunted by the ghosts of hundreds of thousands of Iraqi children. They would keep him straight. Tony Blair is still a smug, self-assured neoliberal asshole. Bush Jr. is a he's a reliquary of a man, okay? He's every moment, you know, you can see it. You know, Bush framed that shoe that was thrown at him. Did he actually? I didn't know that. That's nice. Okay, we're nowhere near done. More bullshit. They bought him out. Eric Adams has dropped out of the race, narrowing the race to just Mamdani, Cuomo, and Sliwa. No, guys, it's not good. That means that more votes go to Cuomo. Not that many, though. Also, he left too late to be removed from the ballot. His name is still going to be on the ballot. And I'm going to assume anyone who was voting for Adams was low IQ anyway, so they're probably not exactly like an informed voter. So he's still going to be there. He's just not a candidate. All those votes are getting wasted, basically. I mean, they're not getting wasted because it's ranked choice voting, but it would be as though he was already there.
This morning, 5 weeks before the election, New York City Mayor Eric Adams is no longer seeking to hold on to his office.
Despite all we've achieved, I cannot continue.
It's not ranked choice? Oh my, it's not, the general's not ranked choice? My bad. Okay, never mind. Those are all just wasted votes then. Sorry. I thought it was.
my re-election campaign.
His campaign had struggled. The Trump Justice Department dropped federal corruption charges against Adams earlier this year, but the city denied his campaign publicly.
You've been told this before. You're going to have to say it again, too. You're going to have to say it again. 100% you're going to have to say it again.
Matching funds, and Adams lagged in the polls. Adams came under pressure to drop out as President Trump pushed for a smaller field, calling for just one candidate to take on progressive frontrunner Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani.
Trump has explicitly said, by the way, that he will cut federal funding from the city of New York if Mamdani wins. We're already like gearing up for an actual war between the federal government and the city of New York. I only hope the people of New York City are ready to stand by under siege. Like, this was going to happen no matter what. No matter what, this was already going to happen, you know?
A self-described democratic socialist.
We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor because it's split up. You know, if the people would get together and have one candidate, they'd have, I think, a pretty good chance.
Sources tell us the White House offered Adams an ambassadorship at one point to get him out of the way, believing former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo would match up better against Mamdani.
It's a politics where Donald Trump and billionaire donors are determining the actions of failed executives. We're going to show that they can't dictate the outcome of this race.
Adams did not endorse
the messaging discipline of a fucking deity, man. It's crazy.
Any of his rivals, but appeared to offer a warning about Mamdani.
Major change is welcome and necessary, but beware of those who claim the answer to destroy the very system we built together over generations.
Can't wait for them to use the COINTELPRO bill to arrest Mamdani under terrorism charges. Skynet_0, this is unfair to you, but I'm going to tear you limb from limb. I need specificity. For one, it's not a bill. It's a presidential memorandum. For two, terrorism isn't a charge. It's not a charge. It's not not a distinct law. Well, it varies state to state. There are terroristic elements to murder one in New York State, which I only learned recently when it was dropped from Luigi Mangioni's case. But terrorism itself, it's not just specifically that. They can only arrest you and bring you to trial for crimes you've actually committed, or at the very least that they think could hold up in court, you know? They will be investigating him. However, they have already been investigating him. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that the Trump administration has already put at least one counterterrorism detachment from the FBI on Mamdani in a desperate effort to find anything wrong with him, which is why if you want this country to have a future, you need to be strong and you need to be careful.
That is not change. That is chaos.
Now, even though Adams dropped out, the ballot is already set. So the mayor's name is going to remain on it, along with independent Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis Sliwa. Both of them say they're best positioned to challenge the frontrunner, Zoran.
Hilarious. Mamdani, how do you feel about this?
Today, Eric Adams announced he won't be running for re-election. 4 years ago, he ran on a promise to working-class New Yorkers to deliver both safety and justice, to bring the voices of the outer boroughs into City Hall. Instead, he raised their rents, slowed their buses, and cut funding for their schools, libraries, and childcare. A city that was already hard has become nearly impossible for those who call it home. But a new day is coming. Over the past year, tens of thousands of you have built the biggest grassroots campaign our city has ever seen. You have knocked on millions of doors, all to make the city affordable. In just over 5 weeks, we will turn the page on the politics of big money and small ideas and deliver a government every New Yorker can be proud of. And to Andrew Cuomo, you got your wish. You wanted Trump and your billionaire friends to help you clear the field. But don't forget, you wanted me as your opponent in the primary too. And we beat you by 13 points. Looking forward to doing it again on November 4th. Hope you're well.
Spectacular. He needed to add that "hope you're well" so this wasn't misinterpreted by Homeland Security as a terroristic threat. Very smart. Very smart. Very smart guy.
Some major breaking news in the New York City mayoral race.
You guys ever
Incumbent Mayor
thought,
Eric Adams.
what if Mamdani was Chinese? Sit on that.
Who was running for re-election as an independent, has dropped out of the race. Adams will now be the first one-term New York City mayor since David Dinkins lost re-election back in 1993. The scandal-plagued mayor had been struggling in the polls, with a recent Fox News poll showing him dead last at 8% behind his rivals Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and even Curtis Sliwa. Here's what Adams said earlier in a video announcing the end of his campaign.
Less than Sliwa is genuinely insane.
Despite all we've achieved.
Yeah.
And joining us exclusively for his first live sit-down interview since the shakeup in the race, Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral race. Great to have you back here on the set. We got to say that we weren't expecting to have you here, so we really appreciate you making time because of the news. I'll start broadly by getting your reaction to the fact that Eric Adams, who was polling fourth, has dropped out, and what this means for the race going forward.
Look, Donald Trump and his billionaire donors may be able to determine the actions of Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, but they will not dictate the results of this election. This continues to be the same election as it was when we started on October 23rd, a choice that New Yorkers have between Eric Adams' record, which is Andrew Cuomo's agenda, one that has priced New Yorkers out of what is now the most expensive city in the United States of America, or our vision for a city that New Yorkers can actually afford. And I'm excited and just as confident as I was yesterday at actually delivering that vision and winning this race on November 4th.
Do you have a sense of what's behind this decision today? We've all heard that Curtis Sliwa, the Republican.
Can we all agree Sliwa gets an honorary comrade award during Reconstruction? I mean, I just respect him for being like one of the only people in the entire American right who seems to believe anything. He's insane, and his beliefs are insane, but he is consistent. He is consistent, and I do prefer that infinitely. Like, we're in such a dark pit right now that if a political party emerged and it was all Ku Klux Klanners, but they just openly admitted they were racist and wanted all like non-white people out of the country, I'd be like, finally, a breath of fresh air. They actually say what they think. Unironically, like, yeah, that's where we are right now, as opposed to the Republicans right now, like half of them being that guy, but they never admit it.
Claims that he's been offered large sums of money from powerful people to get out of the way. Do you think that's what's happened here?
I think we have to put this in a larger context, where after we beat Andrew Cuomo by 13 points in the Democratic primary, he called Donald Trump to ask what they could do together to defeat our campaign in the general election. And Donald Trump has spoken time and again about how he wants to narrow this race, how he wants to use every tool at his disposal to try and stop this campaign for affordability. And we're seeing, amidst all of that, here yet again, the moment where he is shaping this race, but we're going to show him that New Yorkers are tired of his politics and they're tired of being priced out of the city.
Eric Adams had a warning for New Yorkers in his parting message, and I want to play that and have you respond on the other side.
Please.
I must also sound a warning. Extremism is growing in our politics. Our children are being radicalized to hate our city and our country. Major change is welcome and necessary, but beware of those who claim the answer to destroy the very system we built together over generations. That is not change, that is chaos.
What do you make of that message? Do you feel that that's directed towards you and is not so veiled swipe at your Muslim heritage, but also your position, some of your policy positions? What's your response to that?
Well, I think that the only thing I truly find to be extreme is Eric Adams' record. This is a man who's raised the rent on
Again, I can't believe. I wonder if he's going to keep up this kind of messaging discipline when he's actually the mayor, because he's like laser focused to an extent that's borderline like insane. Like it's almost inhuman how laser focused he is. I've never seen a politician do that. But when you're actually the mayor, you're not campaigning anymore, right? He's gonna have to get a little wacky with it, you know? It's very good. Anyone else feel like we're reaching like dark Mamdani era? I don't know. I feel like his face has been darkened. The past couple of months, it's been getting a little more like serious when he does the interviews. He looks more friendly in the videos that he does, but in the broader public appearances, I feel like as he gets closer and closer to what is likely to be his victory, he's like, oh shit, I'm actually positioned to be the one single guy leading the opposition against the most powerful country in the world turning fascist. Like the Democrats aren't really there with me. Some of them are, but for the most part, I'm on my own. Do you think he's wondering that? He's like, I don't know. I don't feel so good. I've got a tummy ache. I'd have a big tummy ache if I was Mamdani. Like I said, we have to be warriors for Mamdani, which I do not mean in a violent context. Thank you, FBI. What I mean is that we need to be active advocates for Mamdani. Thank you. Oh. Hey guys, you'll never guess what we found out about the Michigan shooter who shot up that Mormon church. I know. Crazy. You wouldn't believe it if you weren't aware of which side overwhelmingly commits the majority of political violence, because they're insane and mentally ill and violent. The flags definitely didn't give it away. Well, the gunman who killed at least 4 worshipers, wounded 8, and was shot to death by police on Sunday at a Mormon church in Grand Blanc Township, Michigan, had a sign emblazoned with the last name of Donald Trump outside of his house public records show. Ooh. Trump said this is yet another targeted attack on Christians in the US of A. First of all, Mormons are barely Christians. Second of all, your guy. What kind of right-winger do you need to be to hate Mormons? They're on your side and in like basically every way. You know what I mean? Could be a religious thing. Maybe.
All right, we're going to go now to a live news conference with more information.
Township Fire Chief Genesee County Sheriff's Department Sheriff Chris Swanson.
Don't actually care. What about this?
At least 4 people were killed and 8 others wounded yesterday during an attack on a church in Michigan. Authorities say the suspect, identified as 40-year-old Thomas Jacob Sanford, drove a vehicle through the front doors of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc Township before he began shooting at worshipers attending Sunday service. Police believe the suspect then intentionally set fire to the church, reducing much of the building to rubble, where investigators say more victims may still be found. Officials note that as many as 3 improvised devices were also found at that scene. The suspected
Jesus Christ
gunman, who was killed after exchanging fire with police, is from a nearby town and has a military background. He served in the Marines for 4 years and was deployed to Iraq, according to a Marine Corps spokesman. At this hour, authorities are still working to uncover a motive for the attack, but the FBI says it's investigating this as an act of targeted violence. President Trump reacted to the fatal shooting on social media yesterday, calling it horrendous, describing it as yet another targeted attack on Christians in the U.S. and writing, "This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately." We're going to have a live report from the scene just a little while from now on Morning Joe. And turning then to the big story in Washington. Today, President Trump will meet with 4 top congressional leaders at the White House, just one day before the deadline to avoid a government shutdown. Nothing like waiting until...
Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, man. Is there a picture of the guy? I actually haven't seen a picture of the guy. Of the shooter? They're photoshopping the Trump logo off his shirt. Oh. This guy? Gotcha. Chud Aura. Oh, to be sure. Went on a rant about Mormons, called Mormons the Antichrist. I'm not even familiar with this. Like, Mormons are insane cult Christians, but they basically vote right on everything. I don't really know. Yeah, this is like a niche beef. I don't really know the deets on this one. I don't really know what the axis is here, right? Like the intersection here between like right-wing evangelicals and Mormons.
Police are giving an update, and that's the governor. By another mass shooting in a place that is supposed.
He was ranting about how the Mormon church was indoctrinating people with LGBT ideology. Okay, so this is like a proper nutter then, like an actual, genuine, like just soup up here. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, completely gone.
Supposed to be defined by togetherness and a close-knit community here in Grand Blanc. As a state, we know the pain of this too well. We've seen gun violence in our schools, stores, parades, festivals, and our houses of worship. These are places that we go to feel connected, to feel safe, to be together. But today, this place has been shattered by bullets and broken glass. And this might be a familiar pain, but it hurts all the same. Every time. We cannot keep living.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. This community has been greatly impacted by yesterday's events. We are offering our deepest condolences to those affected by this tragedy. This horrific
His son had a genetic disorder, lots of hospital bills. CNN reported he was very bigoted. Basically another example of a racist giving up a good life and voting for infinite suffering. That's always good to know. Yeah, it's important. You can't be sympathetic to these people, because if you give them sympathy, they use it as leeway to make their own lives worse too. Like, it's not like they're not using your sympathy as a bridge to make their own lives better. They're just using it as more leeway to spread their elbows out and make it worse for everyone. You have to shut that shit down.
And it's something that this community has never experienced. It is important at this time that we come together.
Does this guy look like a fucking actor to any of you? This guy looks so, like, clean. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm watching a TV police commissioner.
To support one another in this time of grief. We stand ready and willing to assist both our local and federal partners with any additional needs as this investigation continues. The Michigan State Police immediately responded alongside our public safety partners to secure the scene, provide support to our neighbors with our emergency support team serving search warrants, the bomb squad and K-9 team sweeping numerous locations for evidence and explosives. Additionally, our forensic science laboratories and our special investigation section continue to investigate the officer-involved shooting and work alongside our federal and local partners. I'd like to take a moment for everybody to remember that last year we put together an initiative called Stop the Plot. While we are committed to keeping our community safe, we also need your help. Again, it takes everybody.
FBI. Let's see what the FBI says.
My name is Ruben Coleman. I'm acting special agent in charge of FBI Detroit Field Office, which represents the entire state. At this time, we wanted to provide an update on our investigative efforts regarding yesterday's tragic shooting at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. First, I want to express my gratitude for all the cross-agency collaboration between our federal, state, and local partners. Their support has been outstanding and critical to this investigation. We are in lockstep with our partners as we continue to work through this. As I mentioned yesterday, the FBI is investigating this as an act of targeted violence, and we are continuing to work to determine a motive. In the past,
Sanford also told Johns he had suffered drug addiction in the past and he had previously lived in Utah. Oh, this is like a long-time beef. He tried to escape the Mormons but couldn't. Kara Pattinson, longtime friend of Sanford's who spoke to CNN affiliate, remembered him as a, quote, fun-loving family guy, but also said he, quote, harbored unkind feelings towards certain groups and, quote, definitely talked about groups of people in ways that weren't acceptable. Nice, that's great. I fucking hate these people. I hate how they cover for them, too, you know? Yeah, he was a super great guy. He was just, you know, some groups, he was just, you know, he just wasn't nice to them. Yeah. With flags flying from the back as Sanford drove it through town, you couldn't miss the truck, Allen said. Sometimes, he said, Sanford would switch out one of his flags for a fuck Biden flag. Pattinson told WDIV that just 2 days before the attack, Sanford sped his truck at her and her 16-year-old daughter as they were crossing a street on foot, forcing them to jump back. Then the window rolled down. It was Jake, Patton said. He was laughing. He's like, oh, got you guys. That kind of joke wasn't normal behavior for him, he said. I wonder if he had like a brain aneurysm or something. Wearing a Trump shirt in 2019. June 2025 had a Trump Vance campaign sign. Having a Trump Vance campaign sign on your lawn in June 2025? That was not a fair weather MAGA. Yeah, son, rare genetic disorder. Wonderful. And an avid hunter, no less.
Last 24 hours, our investigative squads and specialty teams have been out all night, exhausting leads, some of which have been coming in from the public via tips. Our special agents, victim specialists, child advocate forensic interviewers, and local partners have interviewed over 100 victims and witnesses to date and are continuing to interview individuals as we speak. Our evidence response team, or ERT.
Yeah, fuck this. Well, another bullet dodged, so to speak. Look forward to another 20 of these where the perpetrator is some lunatic right-winger for the next one that actually is committed by somebody who is even passively left-wing, and then the media cycle can focus on them a bunch. Weren't there like 4 mass shootings the same day at this one? Listen, it's America, okay? What do you expect? Speaking of MAGA violence, been getting a lot of this lately. You seen this clip? The same deployment as those folks in Chicago who went chasing after that guy on a bike and couldn't catch up with him. Border Patrol. Hoorah. Note that they have Border Patrol marching on through a very public touristy area here, you know? Their only purpose is to showboat. Did you just say something about me? They're going over to Portland as well. Why is this cut off? Are you fucking kidding? Who is this? Fox Live Now? Is this a joke? Jesus Christ. These people. I thought he was backing out of doing that. Yeah, well, it turns out he can do basically whatever he wants. Once the media buzz dies down, it's a lot easier to get away with it, too. Just keep them distracted, you know? Focus on 5 cities. Just put the fucking tweet in the back. Give me the... Yeah, look at this. Jesus Christ, Fox Live now. Here's their screen cap of the tweet, of the truth post. They fucking cropped out the sides. Unbelievable. Give me the actual thing, please. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I'm directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Full force in this case means he's saying that they can kill civilians. They're not going to do that, probably. But he is saying it. The president is just saying that openly. So that's cool. Oregon immediately sued to stop the deployment of those troops.
I believe the president does not have the authority to deploy federal troops on state soil. I'm coordinating with Attorney General Dan Rayfield to see if any response is necessary, and we will be prepared to respond if we have to. Oregon has not requested any federal assistance, and nor do we need it. President Trump's inconceivable insistence that we need federal troops in Portland does not address the real concerns in our communities. Any federal takeover with military troops in our state is a threat to communities across Oregon.
Great. Weak rhetoric as always. What do you expect? At least 200 National Guard members will be deployed to the city to, quote, protect federal property. Remember, the reason they did this in D.C., the reason they're doing it in Memphis, now they're sending people over to Chicago, the reason they're doing this is because they want to incite people into engaging in behavior that gives them a pretext for a real crackdown. You know, they want a guy to throw a rock at them, which is no doubt why they're sending people to Portland. It obviously has nothing to do with local crime. It's just about, instilling fear, suppressing dissent, and as a bonus, if somebody does something agitative towards, military or federal official, then you get to go haywire with it. It's bait. It is bait. Masters of the rage bait. They're doing it to Memphis as well, but I think Memphis is more okay with it. You know, it's Tennessee. The National Guard is not trained for community policing or to make arrests, and that's not how they're generally used. In Washington, D.C., they've mainly been patrolling federal property and beautifying city parks. You love to see it. You love to see it. At least they're doing something useful. Not sure if BBC is covering, but NBC says Pentagon officials have no idea what the scope of the deployment will be, nor that one would be happening. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like they're coherent in their planning back there, but the whole point is to get you used to this. It's a fucking roulette. At any moment, your city could be targeted for military occupation, you know? Get some kicks in, burn through the budget, increase the deficit. Why not? You know, it's the whole... It doesn't matter. It's not like they give a shit, right? They already blackbagged people in Portland back in 2020. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And it was not good. Yeah, according to local news, the Trump administration's already authorized 200 National Guard member deployment, which is a pathetically small number of people. 200? But again, the point is just like, Send them down there to the town square and get somebody to throw a rock, you know? On September 2nd, a federal judge in California ruled the president's decision to call up that state's National Guard and deploy active duty military in LA was a willful violation of federal law. Sure was great. That fucking retarded ass appeals court put a hold on the initial judge's order so that during the actual window of time Trump had National Guardsmen and Marines deployed in Los Angeles, they couldn't do anything. And now this ruling only comes out after the fact. Fantastic. It's all so tiring. That's why we've been playing Silk Song. Shaw, which she doesn't say once, by the way, in the entire goddamn game. It's fucked up. She should. She should. She should. 100%. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, by the way. When it comes to the military deployment to Portland, Schumer's on the case.
Is there anything you can do to stop it as in Congress?
Yes. First, we will fight it in the courts along with, people who will file suits. But second, I would hope, Kristen, that some of our Republican colleagues, seeing I know they're loyal to Trump and does whatever he wants, but this is so far stepping over the line that I'd hope some of them would join us in legislation to prevent it from happening. We have such a proposal. I'm part of it.
Well, that's great. Yeah, he's got his own hand job dance. What is this bullshit you've given me? Hot Mike catches Putin and Xi discussing organ transplants and immortality. This is old. When is this from? This is a month old? Well, why was it linked to me? Who linked this to me? "150 years old isn't immortality." Okay, whatever. Clickbait article. I do know this has been getting some buzz. Chinese-made bone glue. Nothing pisses me off more than when I'm seeing like clickbait headlines and somebody says something like China invented. China invented? The nation of China? I hate that shit. I hate that like civilizational war bullshit. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. People did. Workers did. Scientists in China developed a revolutionary new bone glue that can heal fractures, which could traditionally take months to heal in just a matter of minutes. That's probably not true. The adhesive can achieve precise fixation in a matter of minutes, even in blood-rich environments. Well, that's not the same as the bone being healed. It's just glue. The bone would still need to heal. The glue treatment comes in the form of a single injection and will bond shattered bone fragments in just 3 minutes. No. That sounds fake to me. Shattered? You would still need to move the bones in part. You can't, if the bone's shattered, you can't just inject glue. You need to physically set the bone. You need to put the bone bits back together. That's still invasive. Fake, gay, and Chinese. That's true. That's fucking true. Still, if it can avoid metal plates and screws, that's pretty big. It acts as a structure for the bone to graft to. Oh, well, no. I mean, this is very impressive scientifically. I hate the overstatement. I hate the way media covers, you know, shit like this. There's also regenerative technology developing. Yeah. They're always saying that shit. You know, we'll see. Body force 4 pounds. Okay. They aren't explaining well, but yeah, one surgery to set the bones, glue it, then the body absorbs the glue, so no need for further surgery. Yeah. And you don't need to physically insert anything or use screws or plates or whatever. Nobody ever says America invented this or that. I didn't know the right wing was so patriotic for China. No, just people really like playing up this narrative of like civilizational battle. Oh, America does X, but over in China, this does Y. It's like when you see people say this new Chinese social media trend. Over in China, people are doing this. Dog, there's 1.4 billion people there. You know what we should do to humanize the Chinese a little bit more? Talk about cities rather than the whole country. Like, do you really think people in Beijing and Chongqing are doing the same shit? They're probably on like totally different wavelengths. I mean, over here in America, there are people getting pissy about the DC Richmond distinction, and that's like that's right there, you know? People they talk San Diego and Los Angeles, and you know, the idea that, oh, China, well, China's China, man. They're all doing the same shit. That's racist as fuck. And I mean it too. Racism is not saying, what if Zohran Mamdani was Chinese, and then giving a Mamdani speech but in an offensive Chinese accent. That's not racist. Racism is when you suggest that in an Orientalist fashion that they're just like a horde of indistinguishable others. That shit's bad. You shouldn't do that. I don't know, it's a little racist, lol. Well. Experts disagree. Chinese bone healing juice. Why the fuck does my neck hurt so much? Mamdanshi. That's good. Speaking of medical advancements, do you guys see this one? This one's actually really weird. I have no idea what like the chain of events that led up to it were. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social an AI-generated video of him advocating for MEDBEDS. This is like a really edge case conspiracy theory thing. Like, I'd only heard this mentioned a couple of times. But yeah, he posted an AI-generated video of himself, totally fake, advocating for them, and then deleted it. I don't understand what chain of events. The only thing that I can think of is that he saw the clip, it was linked to him, and he thought it was real. Like, he thought he had actually done it.
Breaking now, President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own medbed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength.
What's a medbed? Okay, so you know how basically all conspiracy theorists think that the modern world is making us sick and there's some kind of cure? Coffee enemas, bleach, hydrochloric, like there's something that you can do to purge it out, right? They think there's some sickness. A lot of them believe that humans in a natural state used to be healthier and that now we've been making ourselves sick. And of course there are ways that we make ourselves sick, but they don't believe in any of the real ones. They believe in like magical fake ones. The idea that they believe is that medbed is how the elites keep themselves healthy and alive for how they stay alive for hundreds of years. And the medical bed, is just a magical, like hyper super futuristic alien gifted technology that cures all ailments. And yeah, the elites keep it secret from normal people. Yeah. Anyway, this isn't like one of the most popular weird conspiracy points out there, but there are, like, at the very least hundreds of thousands of Americans who do believe it. And it is insane that Trump tweeted this.
This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
Like, notice the language here. Hold on.
And strength. This restore every citizen to full health and strength.
Restore every citizen to full health and strength. Like, the framing here is they think that Trump is returning that, like breaking open the deep state and giving these to the American people.
This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
In this first phase, only a limited number of MedBed cards will be released. Registration details will be announced very soon.
And there's the grift line. Because there have been people saying, like, hey, do you want your MedBed card? DM me your fucking social security number, et cetera, right? The fact that Trump posted this is genuinely insane. I have no idea what the chain of events were leading up to this. No clue. No clue. Did he think it was real? I think Trump thought this was real. Either somebody behind the scenes posted it from Trump's Truth Social account, or got him to post it, like, illicitly. Like, oh, post this, it's fine. And then it got posted and other people were like, what the fuck is that? And they deleted it. Or Trump thought this was actually him and this was real and he posted it. And yeah, I have no idea. Yeah. It's called a Tesla biohealing medbed. It has nothing to do with Tesla. The medbed thing goes back a long time. It's just one new name for an interchangeable set of miracle cures that conspiracists have fixated on for a very long time. That's it. Yeah. Did you see the marijuana video he posted? Is this real? Is this real? I don't know what's real. Is this real? Did he post something like this about
can revolutionize senior health care?
Is this real? Tell me, can somebody corroborate this? It might be totally fake. I'm just asking. I'm actually asking. AI voice? Yeah, I'm asking if he actually posted this on Truth Social. He did? Okay.
We've all heard about the major systems in our bodies, like the digestive, respiratory, nervous, and cardiovascular systems. But there's one essential system discovered in the 90s that you probably never heard of. It makes all of the other systems work smoothly.
It is real, and the important note is that this video seems directed to Trump himself and not a general audience, so this is likely an internal pitch a company set him and he fucking posted it publicly. That's amazing. And you're probably right. He's done that before.
Smoothly with each other. Like a conductor ensuring the different sections of an orchestra all play a beautiful symphony together. This system is called the endocannabinoid system. It has been acknowledged and studied by scientists extensively with support from the National Institutes of Health. As we age, the system weakens. As a result, the different systems in our body stop working together smoothly. That's one of the reasons older adults struggle with pain, inflammation, cognitive decline, and other ailments of aging, for which doctors often prescribe dangerous and addictive pharmaceuticals. They also recommend lifestyle remedies, such as exercise.
It's real. I'm looking at the news articles. Cannabis stocks jump after Trump posts CBD promotional video. Trump floats Medicare coverage for CBD in video post sparking biz. Trump promotes hemp-derived CBD for senior healthcare in share video. After Tylenol tirade, Trump's shout out to, quote, hemp-derived CBD for health. Trump posts video on medical benefits of cannabis.
Good diet, and stress management. And while all these improve the system, it is only fractionally and over a long time. But here's the game changer. The system can be restored faster using hemp-derived CBD. When the system is restored, pain subsides, sleep is improved, and stress is reduced. When the system is restored, disease progression can slow down, and years are added to your life, as well as years spent in good health. And 20% of seniors are already using CBD today for pain, arthritis, cancer symptoms, sleep disorders, Alzheimer's, and many other ailments of aging.
What's fucked up is this isn't bullshit. CBD has a lot of medical potential. Well, I think a lot of this is my understanding is that one of the benefits of CBD as you get older is that one of the big killers of your body is stress. And just getting your body to relax a little bit can help in like a downstream kind of way. Like, it's not the chemical itself isn't making you stronger or whatever. It's that it can help you. Well, it does help with like pain relief and stuff, but it's in terms of like your lifespan, it's helping you potentially by getting your more wound up systems to slow down a little bit, relax, which I understand. I've heard some people say that's the reason why sometimes people live a really long time, having drank like a glass of alcohol a day. You know, like the alcohol is not making you live longer. The alcohol is helping you chill the fuck out a little bit, which is helping you live longer, you know? I think. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Yeah, you want to avoid stress. Sounds like nonsense, not gonna lie. No. Stress kills. That's a very well established. Stress can take decades off your life. Genuinely. I think this is actually one of the reasons why, like, I not to sort of orientalize the conversation, I was going to mention Japan, but I think you could mention places like Italy or Greece as well. There are Mediterranean countries where old people, sometimes they live like, they're poor, they live out in the mountains or whatever. They live obscenely long lives. And it seems like there's this combination point, right, of if you live in a country that has good enough medical health care that you can provide for the basics, but also you're not like running yourself ragged, you can potentially live like 85 becomes like the average life expectancy, right? Because old people in Japan live really long. People die young because of the stress of the work environment, but if you make it to old age, I don't know. I'm not joking. I really do think that like even mild shit, like having a calm environment can make you live longer. Like if you like New York City probably ages you faster. Do the rich live longer because of this? Yes. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. It's not just access to better medical care. It's that being wealthy can allow you to live a lifespan that's longer because you're not like super crazy stressed out and stuff. It's both. Walkable neighborhoods probably make a difference because you're more active in old age. Yeah, but it's also just like noise. We literally, okay, here's the chain, right? Bad sleep in the long run can kill you. Getting consistently bad sleep years and years and years in a row causes health problems with your heart, with your cardiovascular system, like a bunch of issues, right? What helps you get bad sleep? A bunch of noise outside, a disorderly life. But if you chill out, your life's not so disorderly, and you live in a quiet neighborhood, you get good sleep, you can live like a decade longer. It's crazy. Oh, Krelmar, I'm just talking about the effect stress has on your body. You want to avoid being stressed as much as you can, you know? This is what you talk about when you say go on a walk without your phone. Your phone basically just gives you a stress stimulant these days. You ever walk around with your phone in hand and the stress isn't even what's on the phone? The stress is now you have to maximize looking at the phone. Like, you need to set it down for a sec because there's something you have to deal with. But then, like, as soon as the thing you've dealt with is done, you have the phone back up and you're not even using the phone. Like, you're not reading an article or watching a video or anything. You just want the phone in front of you because that's the potential to engage with something in the phone. But you can walk for like multiple minutes doing that without ever actually using the phone. You just get stressed out about not having it in front of you because it feels wrong to have the phone screen active, but like down by your side or in your pocket or something. But my podcast, well, you don't need to have it in front of you to listen to a podcast. I'm just talking about like, it's shit like this. It's guess they do, Paloma. Being bored is a lost art. Yeah, to an extent. I agree. I agree. I'm just saying stress kills. That's all. That's the only extent to which I'm defending the content of this video. I do not believe in med beds.
But doctors are not equipped to provide guidance, and there are no FDA standards for what is already in the market today. Imagine if that were the case for other medications.
Yeah.
Older adults are suffering needlessly. Hemp-derived CBD can help them feel better, live longer.
Thana, you were 100% right. This was definitely like an industry pitch. Like some like marijuana industry lobbyist worked really hard to get like this video to Trump, and Trump was like, okay, and just posted it, you know?
And improve their quality of life significantly.
A PricewaterhouseCoopers report estimates annual cost savings for the U.S. nearly $64 billion a year if cannabis is fully integrated into the healthcare system.
The groundbreaking 2018 Farm Bill, championed by President Trump, was the first step. Now it's time.
100% pitch to him. 100. That cinches it right there. You would never, ever add that unless this was a direct pitch to Trump.
To educate doctors on the endocannabinoid system, provide Medicare coverage for CBD, and give millions of seniors the support they deserve. You will deliver the most important senior health initiative of the century, cementing your legacy and transforming aging care. Millions everywhere will thank you.
Yeah. That's really funny. Look, I'm in favor of it. I like, for instance, I've always believed that like a bit of alcohol can be good in your life for the stress reason. Like, cigarettes are bad. Like, I feel like we can all agree on that. The cancer risk's a little too much, but like a little vice that helps you kind of order your life a little bit, like a person who has 1 glass of red wine a night or a little bit of CBD oil or something, like something in that ballpark. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. What's your drink of choice? I don't drink. I drink maybe a couple times a year. Unfortunately, I'm a huge lightweight. Also, that's calories I don't have, buddy. I'm in my 30s now. If I want to lose weight, I can't be like, my calorie limit today was 2,000, but if I get one extra drink, that's like 220 because it's like a fruity tooty, rootin' tootin' point and shootin' fruity tooty rooty tooty drink that you get at a restaurant. Then like, if I poach a couple fries off my friend's plate, what's 2,300? Buddy, I'm gonna die of being fat. I'm gonna get like giga obesity if I do that shit. I'm in my 30s. I drink my coffee black for the calories. What was I saying? Speaking of keeping the stress down, I gotta fix the ergonomics of my station because my neck has been killing me. It's like, I did this before, but like here I am looking directly at my primary monitor. Now I'm gonna turn to look directly at the monitor that has chat on it, which I look at just as much as the main monitor. That's too much. That's too much. I think I'm actually going to get, you need a standing desk? I have a standing desk. That's not what I'm talking about. My monitors are too big. They're both 27 inches, and they're 2 feet from me. That's too close. I might actually downgrade to 2 23-inch monitors. 27 so much. When I'm locking in playing Silksong, I'm looking right at my main monitor just like this, and I actually can't see the corners of the screen except by like the blurry peripheral vision, you know? I need to actually like make the monitor smaller. Just move back. But my mic is here, my keyboard, my mouse are here. I don't want to be out here. I'm having to reach out like this to type. I'm bad enough at typing. Oof. And my fucking traps hurt because I was lifting furniture the other day. Why do you look so closely at the screen? Because I'm in my 30s. I'm dying. I'm dying. It's over. You know, I'm got like a little flower. I feel pretty great, actually. I'm being given a look by my beautiful partner. Let me just mark this in. Trump promotes dank doobies. They still say that, doobies? Is that a millennial thing? They probably don't. They say, what do they say now? 6, 7? Isn't that the shit all the kids are saying when they're not around the unks? 6, 7? I don't know what it means. Coffee was great. Thank you. Literally nothing. All right, well, got your ass. My 9-year-old says you look like you're in your 20s. Well, they're 9, so they don't know shit. Yeah, I appreciate you pitching the compliment like across the field like that. They don't know. The 9-year-old know. You could ask a different 9-year-old. They'd say I look like I'm 60. They have no idea. Your facial hair hides it like in Disco Elysium. I assume my face is relatively youthful. I've always had kind of a baby face a little bit. 20's ancient for a 9-year-old. Yeah, true. With the 9-year-old seeing like the oldest person he's ever seen in his life. He looks 20. Call it Zaza. In the title, Gen Z will love it. But the millennials will be like, oh, you mean the beloved mount of Sir Gideon or whatever his name is. What do we have here?
Unused material from speeches that he's had that no one has heard yet. We have Sunday specials lined up to the brim because my husband was so intentional about making sure that there was enough content. Always.
He made sure we recorded everything.
Everything.
He would not do his...
She hated his ass, man. It's so fucking funny. Do you think they like talked in their day-to-day life? She was made head of TPUSA. She's literally like, oh my god, my recently murdered husband has so much content. Dude, there's so many secret videos we're gonna release.
Speech unless we could get the video and the
100%. So we have speeches that no one's heard of. We have interviews that no one's heard of. We have stuff from Korea and Japan that no one's heard of.
Podcasts.
So, I mean, in the words of my husband, buckle up, because there is a lot of content to be had. And we have so many amazing things down the pipeline that we are working on currently.
Listen, fellas, everyone grieves in different ways, okay? Pay no mind to every sign she's giving off that she does not give a shit about him. Jesus Christ. Subscribe for exclusive Charlie Kirk content. Spicy link in bio. Oh my god. They might as well have been an arranged marriage for professional convenience. I mean, she's always wanted to like get in with the right-wing power centers, right? She was on a reality TV show. She was a beauty model pageant for Trump. Somebody earlier said apparently that she met him at a job interview for him. She's always just, it's just leg up. She's might be just as ambitious as Charlie, really. If anything, she must consider this a huge career moment. Yeah, where was she when he was shot exactly? I don't know.
Apparently that will
unveil in due time.
It's just normal. My husband was shot a few days ago. Face. I don't know. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy shit. She does look better without the MAGA makeup, 100%. All right. Country's not in a good state, folks. Not in a good state. Not in a good state. I have to go. I'm going to read donos. I have to go. Sorry, we'll have time to do more soon, but right now I do have to go. Anyone in chat see what Vosh said about medbeds? Yeah, he said they're great, and I have them and you don't. You should be jealous of me. Zara Ashigal, thank you for the incredibly kind $20 and $15 donations. Nyash Desu, true. The Libanachi sequence, we shouldn't look at the past. Look at the past because we're awesome. Subscribe to my Substack. I mean, his glory days were in the Obama years, so it makes sense for him at least. Jizor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. I cannot promise the return of Glorp. It still hurts me how Glorp was used. Okay, very, very annoying. I'll think about it. Vile Nihilist, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. It's been 10 years of trying to talk to MAGA. What is left to us when all dialogue is made impossible with the right? You have to beat them politically. You have to, the Democrats don't really have... The Democrats, like, simultaneously don't believe in oppositional politics, but they also don't believe anyone's mind can be changed. It's almost like they're really bad at their jobs. Kane 111th and Rug Shitter, thank you for the $5 both. I'm getting tired of people shaming others for cutting off MAGA friends and relatives. Why shouldn't I cut off someone who thinks it's okay to deport people? Genuinely, like, we are so far beyond this, okay? There are going to be, you know, lib-centrist shitters arguing that it's unreasonable to cut off your friends and family for being Hitlerites, even as they start opening the death camps. Tamora and Dennis, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Dennis, I'm very sorry that you are a rural Nebraska. It's got to be rough out there, especially right now. Hope you're doing okay in spite of the times. Vile Nihilist and Mike Kerman, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Hello to Estonia. Thank you. Thank you, Mike Kerman, specifically for making Disco Elysium. Sorry about all the Zome bullshit, you know, and also about Russia. Rugsy and Simric, thank you for the $5 both. We'll see how it goes, Rugsy. Kowalski from Nebraska, NoLOL, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Talk with a guy hauling soybeans from Berlin, North Dakota to Columbus, Nebraska to the biodiesel plant. Parts of North Dakota don't have a market willing to buy the Trump tariff tax. Jesus. Interstate soybean hauling? For how cheap a bushel of soybeans is or whatever, like, the returns on that have to be like nil. Nothing. That's crazy. Moose Stroll, thanks the tier 2 sub. Been watching since 2020. You've grown a lot as a political commentator. Figured it was time to get rid of the white name. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I think I have to, you know, not to butter my own biscuit too much, but I do feel that way. I've been feeling pretty good about it, you know. NoLOL, thank you for the $5. There are no Glorp promises, not even through donations. I'm not for sale, unlike Eric Adams. Not for sale. Still live in Temple Siege Brothers. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. To bolster your Trump Mamdani point, there were tons of voters who pivoted from Obama to Trump in 2016. Yeah, they liked from Obama this narrative of hope and change. They like from Trump this narrative of national revival. It really has nothing to do with policy. Barely anything to do with politics, even. Miguel Aguilar, thank you for the $5. We had gag laws in Puerto Rico under the colonial U.S. government from 1900 to 1960s, and we still suffer from it. There's a YouTuber on it that has very good videos on it. I'll give a look at that. That'd be interesting. I don't know nearly as much about Puerto Rico as I'd like to. Mortal Wombat, thank you for the two $10 donos, except it's the same dono twice. Why is it so hard for VGG to understand that while you can still criticize the government, you should be more careful with your language? I think that a lot of people engage with my stream the way a lot of Trump supporters engage with Trump or with Mamdani or whatever, which is people want narratives more than they want information. You know, they want like a message more than they want politics. They want feelings, not policy, right? So in my case, like, something can be really, really serious, but I feel like it's important to be careful with the distinctions and be specific, because I don't want people to hear it and just go like, oh, it's so over. Oh, we're so back. And minimize the severity of the problem, or overstate it and neuter themselves, you know, politically. So I just think for a lot of them, like, and it's like this all over the world to a large extent, but I think that over here in America, we're especially unfamiliar with this idea. Ross Settles, thank you for the $10. Vosh, I enjoyed your autism lecture. It gives the energy, the best parts of a Matt Dillahunty lecture to his audience. Thanks. Appreciate that. I love all autistic people. I just want them all to know that, okay? I just want them all to know that. Stupid Genius and Pass de Bouf, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Trump doesn't look very good in these recent videos, I have to say. It's insane. How do we even get here as a country? It's baffling from your educated perspective. How does this take root? I don't know when this message was sent, so I don't know what exactly you're referring to. But it's really, 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 I don't want to orientalize the rest of the world too much by implication, by suggesting that things are like especially crazy here in the US. People are crazy everywhere, okay? This is not the only country that is falling to fascism. There are trends specific to America, like our obsession with firearms and our libertarian focus, that aren't really common in the rest of the world. But for the most part, when it comes to stuff like anti-intellectualism, conspiracism, I mean, you'll see the greatest amount of that in poorer countries, for the most part, lower education countries. What we're looking at is something that's very severe in contrast to where we should be, but as in absolute terms, you know, not so exceptional, right? It's exceptional because it's here. So we're fighting a broader problem here, you know? Paloma Del Mar and TI, thank you for the $2 and 20 Swedish kroner as well. I did see Prager's paralyzed, apparently, yeah. Not that I care too much. He's irrelevant. I don't like him. All right, folks. I love you all very, 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 very much. I'm going to be here tomorrow. We're going to do politics tomorrow. We might even do non-politics tomorrow. Everyone take care. Stay safe. I mean it. Stay safe, okay? Stay safe. Please. And I'll see you guys soon. All right. Bye-bye.